Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two of this two-day gathering, Post-Memory of Genocide, Land Inheritance, and Artistic Response. We're very happy to have you all with us. I see a lot of names of people who were here with us yesterday. Welcome back. Thank you for returning. For those who might be joining us for the first time, who don't know much about this event, this is a gathering between artists from two different parts of the world, Indigenous artists of Canada and Jewish artists of Poland. We're looking at how a group of artists are responding to genocide and the spaces that they're currently inhabiting, and how these spaces are informing their artistic practice. Yesterday, we had an incredible day, a very emotional day, a very informative day with some wonderful speakers. We had Dorota Głowacka and Lorena Fontaine with us yesterday. And today we're going to start by hearing from all of the artists. This is the first time that we actually get time, specific time, just with the 10 artists who are connected to this project. It should be noted that this is a project that we're considering over multiple years, and this is the beginning. This is the first phase of what we're hoping will become an artistic response, whatever that might mean. The artists met only a few days ago. So this is all very fresh. This is all very raw for everyone. And before we start, I'm going to ask you to say hello to all of the artists. Hello. So I'm just going to go from my right. I'd like to. They'll of course all introduce themselves as well. But welcome to Mikołaj Czaska, Andrea Menard, Monique Mojica, Paweł Pasini, Barry Belinsky, Maria Magdalena Kozłowska, Dr. Deb Daynard, Zuza Srebrna, Tamara Podemski, and Maniucha Bikont. It should be noted that Tamara, as well as a participant, is my producer partner on this event. We've been talking about this pre-COVID, since pre-COVID. This event was actually supposed to start in person, but it's become this wonderful event because of COVID. So that's all I'm going to say. What I'm going to tell you is that after each artist will speak for 10 minutes. And then once that's complete, we're going to move into a break. Yesterday, we had a 15-minute break. Today, we have a bit of a longer break. I'll explain what will happen on the break when it comes to. And then once we return from the break, we're going to have another moderated conversation, much like yesterday. So again, welcome. Thank you for being here. I am speaking to you from Krakow, Poland, by the way, and my name is Michael Rubenfeld. I don't think I said that, and I'm the co-director of Festivalt, which is the Progressive Jewish Arts Festival collective that is the presenter of this project. I'd like to introduce, to start us off, Tamara Podemski.
Unmute. Thank you, Michael. Ani bonjour. Mamonokajig and Shalom Lekulam. Tamara Podemski, Natishnakas, Makuna Dodem, Anishinaabe-Ashkenazi in the Bendigos, Toronto, Nindonjaba, Georgian Bay, in the Nongom. So I am Tamara Podemski, and I am Anishinaabe and Ashkenazi, and I grew up in Toronto, and I'm currently living in Georgian Bay. I'm the co-producer and participating artist in Post-Memory of Genocide, and I had to look up what post-memory meant, to be honest, because when I'm in artist mode, academic terminology doesn't really make much sense to me. And when I looked it up, and I realized that it is a term that Marion Hirsch brought to life, describing the relationship of the generation after, how the generation after bears the personal, collective, cultural trauma of those who came before. And I was like, okay, that's actually a great term. I can run with that. I know this. And so this is the conversation we're having, and I'm so grateful to those who are joining us for this. I'm not going to apologize for my emotion, but I think it is important to acknowledge that these are difficult conversations to have. And we realized as artists yesterday when we were sharing amongst ourselves in the closed door sessions after, how much this is rocking, how much this is rocking us. So this is my truth of how I carry these stories in me, and I will just have to find a way how to best communicate that. So I am a storyteller on stage, on screen, in music, in dance, and finally, I can't believe it took so long, but finally, as a creator of my own stories, writing for stage and screen. My identity and my inherited legacies are deeply connected to my artistic expression. The first songs I remember, the first dances I remember were all cultural. My mom grew up in a serious powwow family. She's from Saskatchewan. And so those early powwow songs, the big drum, the singing, I found myself as a fancy shawl dancer. So those are my earliest memories of dance. And then on my father's side, of course, all the Jewish holidays and all the brachot and prayers, those are my earliest memories. But that goes into Israeli folk dancing, Rikudei Yam, and then early, kibbutz socialist songs. There is for me no memory before knowing that I was Jewish and Indian. And I know we don't use the word Indian anymore, but it's for me, thinking back then and kind of tapping into those memories, that's how we identified ourselves. That's the word my mom used. My mom still uses it today because that's the original kind of self-identifying term that we used. So I don't have any memory of not knowing that I was those things. And it means that, like, I always knew that my mom came from Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 Saskatchewan, that she was Soto Baha'i, that her father was Soto Baha'i, that her mother was Cree Baha'i, that they both met in residential school in LeBret, Saskatchewan, and that my grandfather's lineage went all the way back to Oklahoma, and even before that to the Trail of Tears, that his grandparents went all the way back to Lenni Lenape territory in the Delaware. I do not ever remember not knowing that. Those stories were told to me so little, when I was so little, that it was just part of my consciousness of the way that I understood where I came from. And on the other side, I knew my father came from Kfar Saba, Israel. We were in Israel all the time. Half of our family was still there. It was such a part of our knowing, and another land that was, a part of us. I knew that my Saba, my dad's father, came from Łódź, from Poland. That was another part that my blood is connected to. And we went back to Poland with my Saba, and we went back to his apartment that he grew up in. We knew that his father came from Dobra, which we also went there. We knew that my grandmother was Jewish from London, England. It's like there is never a not knowing that these stories were a part of my identity, a part of my experience. And I understood very early on that I'm only here because of those people who came before me. So I guess it was a responsibility, a wake up. It was a way to walk in life. I'm grateful for that, but it certainly is an added lens, and sometimes a lens with great pressure to walk in the world with. So being the granddaughter of both residential school survivors and a Holocaust survivor, I understand now that I grew up in an that there was intergenerational trauma in our home. It's no surprise to me that myself and my two sisters, we turned to the arts. We were all professional artists. I think for me, it was a safe place to process childhood experiences, which were very painful and destabilizing. And I understand now in words that I can articulate that something I probably figured out intuitively when I was younger, is that trauma is stagnant. and art is movement. So trauma has this stuckness in sensations and thoughts and memory, and plays out in really dysregulated behavior. Art is breath and movement and energy. And, there's breath in song. You can't sing without that energy moving through you. There's breath in a brushstroke, in dance, in the rapid fire thought of when I'm creating a story and imagining something. It's not to say that it's a simplified equation of art makes me feel better, because it doesn't always, but artistic expression supported my healing process. My way to meet the pain, the shame, the confusion, the rage, the pride, the warrior within, that all could be expressed through the arts for me. So I guess that a lot of that might have been subconscious. I knew that it helped me grow up in the world, who I was, still carrying these legacies on just all around me. I always felt that even if I wasn't specifically telling a story of those, that was the same of my personal experience, it was impossible to separate my art from my reason for being here. Identity was inescapable. I have on my mother's side, my grandparents were really prominent figures in the Baha'i community, and they traveled all the way to Israel, and we went to the Baha'i temple in Israel. There's a picture of my Korean Soto grandparents, in full regalia. It's like everywhere were these reminders of what they did to force the conversation, push people's, demand space. On the other side, my grandfather, I think I was a very young teenager the first time I saw him recording his stories for the Shoah series by Steven Spielberg, talking about his Holocaust experience. So that was the next level of understanding. There's knowing who you are, where you come from, and carrying that responsibility of what it is to continue sharing that knowledge and experience. But it was reminders by them that it's nothing. It's a constant work. It's constant engagement. So when I got older and started understanding that there are many ways to meet my art, not just for the personal support of reconciling the confusion inside, I also realized that there are ways through art that I can show my resistance. I knew language was resistance. I knew that my grandfather was a fluent speaker, and so a fluent Anishinaabe speaker. And so when I had the chance to do my first album, I was in university at University of Toronto at the time. I was taking my language. I was so pissed off that I couldn't learn my language from my mother, because she didn't learn it from her parents. And through that rage, that was the kick in the ass for me to reclaim that language. And I wrote my first album in Anishinaabe, and I had to call my mushim, and I had to have him proofread every song with me. And that was what started this understanding that there is always a way also through art. It's not just the healing power of it, but it is also the active resistance of what you can do. It is storytelling as resistance, because if the intention of genocide is to erase a people, then storytelling is the way to take up space to share our stories and make sure that nobody forgets. So that brings me, I know we have short period of time, but I wanted to share, the one piece that I wanted to share is my first documentary series that I wrote. My sister directed. She invited me in as a writer, as a novice writer, and this was one of the most gratifying and experiences of my life, because it is the way that I like to tell stories. It is putting our truth, our trauma, our connection, our need to bond together. It is putting that right up front and center, because that's, I guess, these things aren't meant to be hidden. And there's too many years, too many stories where we've been pushed down. So for me, as a storyteller and as a writer now, I want to take up as much space as possible to show people in their journeys of reclaiming their identity. So Chimi Gretsch, it is an honor to be in the company of these artists. Yeah, I believe so much in this work. I will cut to the video of Future History.
And I really can't handle surprises, so I really want to know what we're going to do and why you have this stuff out here.
We're making 2 different pieces today. I'm going to lead one, and then my sister is going to lead another. Today we're going to be working on a second portrait of you, and then we're going to talk about kind of the changes between this portrait and this portrait.
Wow.
What is your vision for how you want to represent like this piece?
My Anishinaabe name is Wabin Anangokwe, which is Morning Star Woman. I feel like we should add some stars. It's interesting for me because when I was going through images to send you, it was hard. But I've been going through a lot of health stuff, and even to look at my face, I don't look like myself to me right now. Well, life feels fragile. And I haven't really had to sit with that before, of wondering what my future would be like and wondering how to trust that I can heal my body. And I haven't let myself do as much healing as I need to, and I've instead just been diving into the work. I can let people talk about it, or I can own it.
We relate to that so much.
Like, I see this photo and I know it's strong and powerful, but I feel really vulnerable about it.
Yeah, we can totally help you with that. When we work with our hands, we're reconnecting back to those practices that our ancestors have always done. Every day that we work on stuff like this, it reminds us of where we come from.
We started doing a photo transfer. So what we did was we put a gel medium down. Right now I'm removing the paper pulp of the picture. So see how the picture's starting to show itself?
Yeah.
It teaches me a lot about letting go. This image needs to be exactly what it wants to be. I do these photo transfers because it really helps me with my own kind of body issues. This process is healing. I always knew that working with my hands was healing. Art was healing for myself because I had a lot of trauma as a kid. I realized I wanted to support other people and their healing. That brings us also to the idea of uplifting. That's why it's so important to look out for each other, to be supportive and uplifting. As long as you know you have your sisters, that's crucial.
Go ahead, Nikolai.
Tamara, really thank you for this. You were right. There is no way to speak about this without any emotional sign. This is super strong. I prepare a special plan. How, I have scheduled what about I should talk, but maybe I can only add something for this what you said. So I want to talk about my family because probably we have very similar stories, and I think it's a really long story. And I think that in this long story, every detail is very important. The smallest detail is important, because I have the same, like, I mean, my history of my family is like a history of the puzzles, you know. So some puzzles exist and some puzzles are lost. So it's like I can only imagine how looks like my great grandfather. You know, I know some stories about him, but everything is not complete. So I know how my grandmother survived, but I don't know how the sister of my grandmother is died during the Second War. So there's so much secrets, and I have the feeling that I have so much secrets, so I'm not complete enough. Of course, now maybe I rebuild this, what is not really impossible to rebuild it. So much story and so much of me was lost somewhere in the past. And I have the feeling that I spend so much my energy for rebuild something which is a little bit superficial. So, during the war, or we are like cutted flowers, fresh flowers. And I think that this, what we should do as artists, is like put the seed again to the ground and really care about the seed to let the flower grow. But really from a lot of us, because I'm just telling about generation, like my generation, is to work from null, from nothing. We have I have some pictures of my family. I have some stories. I found some documents even a couple of months ago, because last 2 years, I spent the time what I spent for preparing a book about me and my family. But it's in Polish, unfortunately. And I think this what exists in me from the beginning of my being as an artist. It was this feeling that I should do something. I have kind of task for to do. It's even the kind of paranoia that this art should be for something. It's not for me. Probably is a part of my autotherapy, but you know, we don't have so much Jews in Poland. The Nazis kill us, and then the communist time to kick us from Poland to Israel. So when I was born in Gdańsk, the Jewish community was very small. So I even didn't knew that I have some friends in my school and they are Jews, because nobody want to say about it. So I should mention that Polish culture it's like involving in the Polish culture of Jewish artists, writers, musicians, composers, actors, was very huge for this for this 1,000 years. And now I had the feeling, I'm sure, that artists should make something new, or we should start to exist in the normal life. So this is funny story what I have. There are some funny stories, not only pain. When I start to play the music, I on the very beginning, I was like the normal, not maybe normal, but I would like to be like a mainstream jazz musician. So I bought my saxophone, and I started to really learn how to play on it, but I really couldn't. I mean, I tried to be good mainstream musician, but really, when I started doing, I had the feeling that it's really not my music. It's I try to play in blueses, American, the stuff, because every saxophone player should do it. I try to play these exercises and the blues scales. I mean, there's no works really. So I had like my first beautiful golden, horn, but every sound what I really play was dirty and full of emotions, not only beautiful sound. But my playing, my desire of playing was very huge. It was like desiring to it was desire for express everything, what like staying in me, and until this time slept in me. But I woke up this very early, so I decided to screaming on it. So that's why I started to play avant-garde music. And when I started to play the Jewish music, the first Jewish music that I heard, it was music of American Jewish musicians. And I really tell you the story, this klezmer music, I really hate this stuff. I was so pissed that the spoiled American Jews, they are feeling so good and so happy, and they playing this sweetie, shitty, full of liquor, the sweet farting music. And, it's like, I felt, okay, the Nazis stealed my family, my history, and then came some American artists, and they stealing my music. Because during this time, nobody, like in the 80s, nobody played this music in Poland. So nobody plays, except a couple of bands, nobody played the klezmer stuff. So it was like, how you can doing this shit, Americans? And they, this what really pissing me off. They just every year they're coming to Krakow to this festival, which is, I think, one of the biggest festival in the world, Jewish festival of Jewish culture. Everybody's playing, even the guys with, dressed in the sport wears. They're just drinking beer and dancing, and this kind of like fiddler on the roof. This violinist on the roof. Yeah, the worst thing what I ever heard. This cliche. The Jews also build the cliche about Jews. So, and it was like, it was amazing because the Polish culture still this American look of like outlook of it, how Jews should look from the Americans. So it was like paranoia of catching the left ear by the right hand, So, so we had the idea with my friends, and we started thinking how to play Jewish music in Poland, and don't cheat that it's okay, and just to show our face, our true face, like music full of suffering, music full of it's confusing what we had, like show our anger, our pissed, and that's why we mix this music with our like rocky, punky stuff. I grew up on the punky tradition, more rocky. I really love this energy because it's straight. It's like it's without this special combination. So every time when I'm working, started working with this music, or thinking how music should look, I think this music or whatever you do should include your true energy. But it's really, it could be, you can be pissed, you can be happy, you can have really very bad mood. But when you start to playing, everything what you are thinking, every like curses, every bad words, every bad emotions, they are changing for something what have a value. Just if you know what I mean. I prepare some links to my music, but You know, I'm in very bad condition today because yesterday really like bring me a lot of emotions. And I had like bottle of wine yesterday for getting sleep. And I will just show you what I'm doing. I think it will maybe much better than show you like stupid videos from somewhere. So where I'm pissed, I'm just doing like that because I have my horn on my knees. So okay, I just show you like the moment of this. What I just want to explain the process. What I'm making, like every time when I'm start to work, I'm completely smashed, like for thousands of pieces. This is the story. This music was about this. What happened yesterday? I was smashed. You know, like we have 10 people here. I can see you. And everybody of you have like millions emotions and million stories to say. So you have stars, smashed stars on the sky, in the night sky. When I'm started playing, I'm just sticking everything in one point. I think I'm sticking myself. It's like all the things are sticking in me. And then I'm ready to say, when I'm talking, I'm just talking bullshit. But and this what I'm doing, I'm just trying to share with my friends from the other countries. That's why I'm playing a lot of improvising music. So Michael, please, when I'm talking too much, please like kill me. Or
It's probably the wrong.
So probably
wrong
maybe it's time to show just a small video if it's possible. Or it's time, or I can say something more because I don't want to talk too much.
Well, we technically it is time to move on.
Okay.
But I really don't. I mean, this is also quite incredible. But
yeah, just a moment. Maybe like.
Why don't we show the? Let's show the video, and then when
like
the video is
3 minutes, okay, not more. Okay.
Super. Super.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you.
It's Jordan is number 3. Number 3 from my list. Number 4. Sorry, number 4 from my list. It's not this one.
No, this is Manucha.
This is Manucha. Oh, this is.
To może zrobimy tą próbę jeszcze, Holender.
Bo szalałeś.
No jesteśmy już prawie tuż. Co tam?
To nie babcio. Ja tworzyłem bohatera takiego, który się nazywał Babcio.
Babcio?
No.
Babcio Chmiel, połączony z babcią?
Babcio bardzo był na początku bajki niegrzeczny, a potem robił się grzeczny i tak się kończyła bajka.
Ale to dzieciom opowiadasz, czy po prostu jak byłeś mały?
Najgorsze jest to, że ja bym chciał, jak byłem mały, żeby mama mi opowiadała taką bajkę.
O babciu?
Tak. A opowiedz mi taką bajkę, że babcio na początku tam podstawił nogę staruszce, zbił starszego pana, a potem...
Thank you, Mikala. Nuedi, Nuegambi, Anuga Olona Dili, Oloedi Dili, Ganosok Ta. I'm Monique Mojica. I am Kuna and Rappahannock by birth and adopted into the Cayuga Bear Clan of the Haudenosaunee at Six Nations. I am also the firstborn child of a Holocaust survivor. My father was born and raised in France from Ashkenazi parents from Poland and Romania. So my connections to Poland go to Łódź as Tamara. I'd someday like to find out if our families knew each other, Tamara, and to Warsaw as well. I come from and come to performance as the third generation of 4 generations of performing artists from my Indigenous side. My grandfather, during the Great Depression in New York, had to make a choice between going on the welfare lines, the relief lines, the food lines, or playing Indian in order to feed his family. And he chose to play Indian. And my family became performers in sideshows and freak shows and circuses when my mother was a little girl. My mother and her sisters trained in dance and singing and theater. And by the time I was 3, my mother had enrolled me in every single training program that she could get a bursary for a little brown girl in New York City. So I've been doing this all my life. Most of what I have been doing for the past 40 years has had to do with healing what most needed to be healed within myself, within my family, within my community, within my nation, and among nations. And creating organic works, for the most part, in a collaborative and collective way that transformed a lot of this trauma, this double genocide. One of the first times that I looked at that double genocide, not the very first, but one of the first, was when I was working with 2 other mixed blood women, Janie Lauzon and Michelle St. John, in a collective that we called Turtle Gals Performance Ensemble. And we created a piece called The Scrubbing Project. I think there's some images there, Jordan. And what we looked at in the Scrubbing Project, what we had started with was knowing that when we had met each other, we had, that's not the Scrubbing Project. It's the other ones, the ones with the, I think they're named. One says Dances with Genocide. If they should say Scrubbing Project, it's 3 women. When we had met each other, we found out that we had each either known someone or ourselves had tried to scrub off or bleach out our color. So we went in investigating that between 1999 and 2002. And we also had a couple of questions that we started with. We asked ourselves that if we know that internalized racism exists, it's a thing. If we know that internalized sexism is a thing, is internalized genocide a thing? Can you internalize that? And if it's a thing, what does it look like? And the other question that I really delved into at that time was something that my father had asked. There it is. And that was, what are the consequences of creating art out of atrocity? And for me, then and subsequently, I would say that the consequences of not creating art out of atrocity are very much more dire than what we may create from the atrocity. And I think what I have learned in the years from the time that we worked on this was to be very, very careful and very, very vigilant about creating trauma porn. Because trauma porn is something that you get really a lot of kudos and reward for creating that trauma porn. And I think it is something I feel very responsible for. This image here is, it's left to right, Michelle St. John, myself in the middle, and Jenny Lozone. And this is the very end of that piece. This was the memorial, the massacre memorial that we created at the end. This is the very last image from that show. And is there another one from that show, Jordan? There should be. And we also had in that piece a running refrain. We had a Living with Genocide support group. So it would start with, hello, my name is Esperanza and I'm living with genocide. So we were riffing on self-help, but we also, it was a repeated refrain. This is our production number that we created called Dances with Genocide. And it was very much, it was very upbeat, So this was a very wacky show, and it had a lot of pushback. And very interestingly, both Michelle St. John and I have one Ashkenaz parent, and people were very upset with us for having the nerve to be up there with our brown faces talking about things that were thought of accepted to be owned by white looking Jews. So that was a very interesting thing, where people in the audience would come up out of the audience angry and argue with us of what right did we have to talk about that. I'm going to skip to my most recent work because the time is short. There was a piece in between that I created that is not as relevant to these themes that we're talking about, but I started to put together Indigenous dramaturgies that were based on story narratives that are rooted in and come from Indigenous cultures. I started working with the textiles from the Kuna culture, the molas, and created a piece called Chocolate Woman Dreams the Milky Way that I performed with my mother. The most recent piece that I created based on aesthetic principles from effigy mounds and earthworks that are all across the Western Hemisphere. And I visited some in Europe as well, in England and in Poland, which was very exciting. They're all different, but we use the aesthetic principles of how those are built as the scaffolding for stories about my family being on display in sideshows. And this was the original material for this. I started looking at when I was with Turtle Gals, and it was then excerpted, and I had a long period of land-based embodied research on land with a collaborator named Leanne Howe, who was Choctaw, and a Southeastern Indigenous person, as was my grandmother. The experience of being Indian from the American South is different than it is here or other places in the US. We are completely invisible, as these mounds often are on the land. And this work I created and performed with my bud, Barry Belinsky, who's with us on the panel. And Jordan, you can go through some of those images. What I was playing with and looking at was the contrast and the tension between the hyper visibility of Indigenous peoples as performers in sideshows, in circuses, in Hollywood, in the Wild West shows, in contrast with our invisibility on the landscape as we define ourselves. So this character was loosely based on my great-grandmother, who was a midwife, as this character was. And, whoop, wrong show. And that's the wrong show. Yeah, the other ones. Looking to land and the way that land and connection to land and the body in connection to land, how that seeps through. I never had buffalo or the Northern Plains in this story. It was a story, I thought, that had more to do with the Southeast. However, when I was working on this show, and it was dramaturged by Tara Bagan and directed by Andy Morrow, we didn't have this character, Sam, that Barry played. Flim Flam Sam was not developed yet, and I didn't have an actor to play that character. And they suggested Barry. Barry was on his way to Banff, where we were working to audition for the role. And all of a sudden, all these buffalo showed up. A narrative that had to do with escaping from Saskatchewan to Montana showed up. And this was directly a result of having worked on that character in the shadow of Sleeping Buffalo Mountain. And that I didn't know intellectually, but the channel of where these stories come from knew that Barry was on his way. And learning to trust that in this process has been both one of the most rewarding things, but also the thing that I have to remind myself to do over and over again. And yeah, I think I can pretty much leave it there. Where the work that I've been doing most recently has to do with really trying to hone and know what I am doing so that I can do intentionally the things that I do intuitively, in terms of working with other people's material, other people's vision, other artists' vision, and helping them to discover what frameworks and what structures they have within their cultural context that they can use as their story narrative. Because I really, really feel very, very strongly that if we keep using Eurocentric structures, if we keep building things in the shape we've always built them, then we're always going to get what we always got. And our stories have a different shape. You know, our stories can take 4 days to tell. Our stories have different sacred geometry. Our stories have different numbers of repetitions in them. So that's what I've been working on, and I can stop now. Nuedi, Degi.
So hello, My name is Maria Magdalena Kozłowska. And listening to you, to the previous speakers, I actually feel a certain kind of, maybe not jealousy, it shouldn't be the word, but there is something like that, because I must say I'm still not sure how to position myself towards the fact that, well, when I keep thinking about my Warsaw times being here, and I remember being to Maniucha's house in Krakow during one of the first Jewish festivals that Mikołaj described with this beautiful sardonic precision, which I absolutely share. I was there with my partner of time, and I can see that Marta Eichelberger Jankowska is with us today, and they kind of, the family of Andrzej kind of adopted me as I was, with my silence about my family, with my confusion, with all that, with all what is still there in me. And well, and my family is full of secrets and whispers, and it's not only about the fact of having Jewish ancestry, but it's also about the communist ancestry. And it's another difficult identity in Poland. It seems like people who believed in communism don't have the right to memories, don't have the right to be sentimental about their youth, don't have the right to even mention this. It's not part of public conversation for some reason, and I'm a descendant of people, of Jewish people who believed in communism, who just believed in equal rights for everybody. And I think Pavel mentioned that yesterday, that it was also connected to silence, to biting the tongue about who you were, because it was all about being international and enthusiastic about everything. And you know, what can you do? Some people really were, and but it's a big stigma. So I'm dreaming about a project about that. And ironically, where I live now, it's pretty popular to talk about socialism and about alternative ways of leading, and you know, horizontal structures. And for me, it's connected to certain bodily, visceral experience of being stiff, of being stuck, of being like too tough about things. And yeah, so that's why I was talking about certain kind of jealousy with how people are connected with their family stories, how warm this seems. And sometimes I feel like this, you know, cold Soviet bitch. And it's, yeah, so it's super hard for me to, for example, to be a part of a community, even though I long for that so strongly. And I think a lot of my work is about that, is about trying to restore certain family bond by creating a situation of crisis, by creating a persona in crisis. And I think that's how I start my solo works, that I create a certain universe, a certain territory of a crisis. And I believe that the juxtapositions, paradoxes, are a source of the becoming that I'm after. And as a performer and as a director, I'm looking into a visceral experience. I'm especially interested in entanglement between the language, the voice in its musicality, and the landscape. And recently I've been working on it more literally by creating performances in public spaces where I'm present with the voice, with a certain vocalization of a certain score that I create. And it's not necessarily a melodic score. Sometimes it's just shouting, basically. And so I'm using also natural using. I don't want to say use. I'm performing in nature. So recently I made with Alicia Wysocka, and who initiated this performance. We were working with the lake, and so then on the lake we created a little concert. And also here in Amsterdam, during the protests in Poland, I was invited to respond to them in a musical way. And so I was singing in a fountain that was muffling my voice very intensely. And a friend, another performer, not of Polish origin, but anyway, he was trying to tell the story of Polish protests to people who were passing by. And well, this interest in a crisis, in a persona that's not consistent, that's not whole in a way, that is always scattered in a way, it's being like I would say a trademark of my work. And my last performance became a film, also because of the COVID situation, and it was my graduation work for Das Theater here in Amsterdam, and it's called She Dies for You. And in the beginning, it was a story of female singers, because I was very much interested in this martyrdom, this kind of forced martyrdom of a female singer who's always in crisis, who's constantly threatened, and whose fragile life is it's entertainment for people also. And people love to see, dying figures like Amy Winehouse, for example. Oh, it was so fascinating to watch, her getting skinnier and skinnier, and eventually just passing away. And I was also referring to opera, because I'm very much interested in the opera as some sort of aestheticized scream, aesthetic shouting. And I love to see it as this wild art, not as this pretty bourgeois form. And so I tried to combine this stories of opera singers, opera characters who always die in pain for something. But then there was so much more that I discovered also during our yesterday's conversation, that for some reason I had this intuition to set the opera, the piece in the forest, and it was a painted forest, like you can see the set design that I made behind me. And so it was a representation of forest in many different ways. So the forest as this ambivalent space where we can find ourselves, but we can also get lost. It is connected with the genocide, but also with like mafia killings. They always take people to the woods to shot them. And so there were poems in the piece. So where I mentioned a space where the body is lost and the body is found. And it became a myth about a singer going to the woods to discover the remains of her mother, actually, of her female ancestors. So it was a dismembered body that then becomes a person, a singer. And the possibility of healing appears and emerges in togetherness, in this sisterhood, and in the I'm sorry to say that, but in the absence of men, in a way. So somebody called it a psychoanalysis without phallus. So and then there is this vision that I have of the body channeling through the voice and channeling through language, but then the language is not the primal thing that we channel. And I was very much interested in this act of searching for language, and in this constipation, and in this stuttering, and this impossibility of expressing the actual trauma. And it makes me think, and also my family, my relationship with my father, for example, makes me think about this book by Marcin Wicha, Rzeczy, których nie wyrzuciłem. And it's all about talking in code. It's not about telling the truth, I mean, naming things, but it's just about alluding to them in this very tiptoe way, like walking on the eggshells. So I just wanted to share a scene with you that illustrates it in the best way. Jordan, I think it's the longer video, and it will be all for me because it's pretty long, but I believe that it matters that it's a bit long, because the tension, certain kind of tension, is building up. And it's the scene where the singer finally finds the head of the dead woman.
how can I tell the how can I tell the story when I am still ashamed and I am still afraid, and they say that we get all we want, and they say that they want to hire more but not for this particular project. What project? Any project? What project? Any? And they say it's not about money. It's not about money. Even if it was about money, it was about money, but I can't be a genius, and he can be a genius. I can collaborate, and I see you in every ditch of the road, and by the road, and I see you in the mouth of the others, and the mouth of the others. The end's not about money. No, not about money. Even if it is about money, it's about money. It's about money. But they say we get all we want. That don't tell me it's over. Don't tell me it's over. That don't tell me to shut up. Don't tell me to shut up. To shut up. To shut up. To shut up.
That was gorgeous. Thank you. Monique, check this out. Pascua Mostos. You always gotta have your buffalo real close, right? Dance, Verblinski, Natiga Sun, My name is Barry Belinsky. I'm here in Amsquitchie-Waskagan, which is Edmonton, Alberta, which is not as far west as Andrea, so I can't complain about being up real early. But yeah, it's good. Yeah, I was thinking, yesterday when I was working through this, I kind of cut straight to the bone on myself. I was looking in deep, looking at my bloodlines, looking at, pain stories that I haven't fully articulated yet, the work that I'm looking to do. And when I was thinking about presenting here for these 10 minutes, I was just going through all of my previous works and nothing was saying what I wanted to say. Which, threw me for a loop, and I had a little session of freaking out about that. But it did open up. I think what I can speak to is just the nature of some of the collaborations I've been on and some of what I've experienced with them. And I think there should be something in there. So I'm a theater artist. I'm a theater director. I've worked as a clown for a while, and I directed clown theater here in Alberta. I also perform, but what I've found is I was working on a show called Amastevi Maskigi Maskwa Asqueo, which took me to the Truth and Reconciliation final event here in Edmonton. And I started to work predominantly in Indigenous-centered work from then on. Not only did I meet the other people in the city that were working on that and began to stage manage for them and then subsequently collaborate with them, but it also showed me that my mother's and my auntie's stories were like my real story, and that I was running away from that, and there was a truth in me that I needed to get out, and so that put me on this path. But that path has also included coinciding with everybody's TRC, with Truth and Reconciliation Commission, like fever. The last 5 years has shown a lot of organizations really leaning into, we have to produce something, we have to produce it with Indigenous artists, and we have to make it really big, really shiny, really fast, really everything in order to show how much we care. Which is coming from a good place. It's coming from a genuine place. It's just very complicated. And I think I'm going to talk a little bit about that complication. So I've worked on a few with like the just the settler community in Calgary, and with currently working with different organizations. But there was one in particular where I was working with the Ukrainian community, the Shumka Ukrainian dancers here in Edmonton. And I myself am Cree Métis on my maternal side and Ukrainian on my father's side. But I don't associate much with the Ukrainian side. I didn't know that community. I wasn't very much welcomed into that community in Alberta. And I just resonated a lot more with my Indigenous experience and my brothers and my cousins and everybody on that side. I was very much raised from that perspective. But when they found out that I was mixed, it was beautiful. It was like, perfect. You're the perfect person to collaborate with, because like your blood's collaborating all the time. Ha ha ha. And it was very complicated there, but I took it on because I was just interested in taking the project on. So I'll share my screen and show a quick little snip from the documentary Dancing on Eggshells, which is on YouTube. I can forward the link to people. But it's essentially the process of building that show, seeing my struggles, but also kind of leaning towards the collaborative nature of it. And there's also the full shows on there too. It's an hour-long dance performance, mixing powwow and Ukrainian dance. Let's hope this works real easy. How's that? You guys see my screen? Yes. Hey, thanks, Monique. And then it freezes on me.
It started out with Joe and I smashing heads together because we had aspirations for two different stories, which were the same story, but they were two entirely different perspectives.
Anything where two cultures come together and deal with topics that are really sensitive to them, you have to be very, very respectful and very collaborative. It took a lot of effort at first to get past the point of tiptoeing around sensitivities. We had to really break past that before we could actually get, some real understanding and real connection to happen.
The actual process of building this project was bigger than the show itself. I mean, there's a lot of social barriers that get in the way of just creating the work, and we have to take really careful steps to make sure that we're doing that right.
Shumga's done collaborative work before. It's not a strange concept to us. We've had guest artists in.
Boop, 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 boop. How do I stop sharing my screen? There. Great, am I back? Awesome. So yeah, that was just a little glimpse into that process. It was probably about 2.5 years, I believe, when we finally worked through it. The first iteration was them. There was a coffee house sort of gathering between First Nations and Ukrainian community members to talk just about the similarities between the two communities. It's my understanding that gathering was populated by entirely the Ukrainian community and then the two Indigenous people that were paid to be there. So they were kind of confused as to why this, thing that was very inspiring to them wasn't really taking off. Eventually they reached out to me and they pitched it to me. And my first instinct was just sort of looking at it, and it was told that it was a celebration of Ukrainian settlement. So I started looking into what does that mean. In 1891, I believe, is when it's really hailed as the first Ukrainian settlers coming into the West here. And the story started with free land. And I was like, that's a big topic. Like that first sentence is a big, big topic. What do you mean free land? And so that became a huge opening to what was very stressful for the first 7 months of it. They wanted the show to be up and on its feet in the first 7 months. We didn't lift the pipe for a year. And they were very confused as to why we kept saying that the project hadn't started yet, And we're like, well, it doesn't start until we bring the ancestors and the community into this process. Like something like this, you need to meet we can't talk about the connection between the communities without having a connection between the communities. So we started to dig into that. There's a lot of that in that film. So I'll kind of jump into what I was hoping to look at, which is that first pipe ceremony that we had with them, we went down into the river valley here next to the North Saskatchewan River. And it was, people that were very interested and very keen, but there's a lot of tension. People didn't know what they were getting themselves into. And then we did a circle, and a lot of the management were confused as to why we were taking this so seriously, this interaction, this project. And the basis was that, it was intended to be something fun. It was intended to be a small segment of history. It was supposed to be about the beautiful connections, the things that went right. Of course, we have to acknowledge the past, but we shouldn't live there. We should really be looking at today moving forward. And today moving forward is like peachy keen, everything's okay. And that was just great on me. And so a few things that I've noticed have come up in more collaborations with settler community individuals is that I sometimes feel bombarded by enthusiasm. There's this sense that I really appreciate, Monique, when you speak about, trusting your instinct and, training yourself to trust your instinct. But there's another layer too, when you have to try and get a team of people that don't understand why you're taking an extra day to answer your email, or don't understand why you got quiet at the end of a board meeting and had to walk out without answering the question, that you're, trying to access something, trying to listen to something, trying to make your way through something that is an instant when it's instant for them. And they start doing your work for you. They start generating scripts for you. They start generating material. They start throwing ideas out there, and producers look at it and go, wow, this person is really on top of it. And this other person who's supposed to be bringing this Indigenous perspective is just not getting it. And so it becomes very personally grating and very personally just like, feeling like you're stuck between trying to do things appropriately, trying to honor the community, trying to like take the time to honor the people that have told you the stories, reconnect with people who have told you stories, double check that those stories are being told in the right way, all those kind of things, when people are just eager to just, get their teeth into it. So that was just a thing that I've been realizing, is a lot of my work has been just bombarded by enthusiasm. The community, the idea to make the show bigger. I've had productions that should have been a smaller house end up becoming a much larger house because there was interest in it, and kind of did a disservice to the show. And these are all things to feel silly about complaining about, because they're all like artistically and in the art industry great things, right? But it's tough. So I was on a recent project. We were shooting a film for this installation in Edmonton, and there's a whole bunch of different factors to it. We had some residential school acknowledgement because it's for a cultural center, which I can speak to another time. And there was also, we were bringing in a buffalo to do a video of it in the studio. And there was this buffalo, and the people were, like, everybody seemed to be on the same page, producers are on the same page, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only person who wasn't fully included in the conversation, which we found out afterwards, was the elders, who have been constantly told we're being included on all these things. So when the buffalo showed up and they saw that, the person who brings them has got it chained, and it's uncomfortable and it's agitated, and there's just like all these things going on that were just like totally not communicated with the Indigenous artists or the Indigenous leadership on the team. The stakes were too high. Like, we can't not get this shot. We can't not, we can't try and challenge this person and their protocols when they're the only person who knows how to handle this buffalo, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're just kind of silenced. And frustratingly, I understood that. Like, of course, we can't jump in and just stop what they're doing. We can't. There's like that problem needed to be mitigated months earlier. And so I took that on. I felt pretty guilty about that. But then it made me realize this thing that I want to try on my next project, which is about treating protocol. And this is what I'll leave with: treating protocol as a production team, and giving them a seat at the table, the same that you would get for, any other team, costume, set. Anybody that's talking about money, anybody that's talking about time, anybody that's doing any of those things, so often I feel excluded or expected as like the cultural liaison or the cultural leader or the director is supposed to somehow step in and just answer all those questions. And it's just not cool. So to have a team who is be able to voice and challenge and communicate and compromise and make things happen on that level that's a part of the process from the very beginning is something I'm looking to incorporate into my future work. I'm at 10 minutes, so thank you. Hi.
Hello. I'm trying to make the share screen trick. So just give me a second. Is it working?
Not now.
Okay. So my name is Paweł Pasini, and I'm speaking to you from Lublin in Poland. I was born in Warsaw. My mother was born in the Warsaw ghetto during the war. And in my family, we never really speak about us being Jews. Until the point that I started to search for it and ask these questions. So my identity is something that I was trying to build up for years. And I think working with a group of people that we create together in a net theater ensemble was a big part also of my spiritual way. And I think the art was a shelter for me to do things, to dig in my identity, and to start to find a way to somehow reclaim the place of Jewish artists in Polish culture. Because I think we are totally connected, and we can. Well, in Eastern Europe, we say that the border is going through every bed. So in my case, it's very true. My father is Bulgarian and half Greek, and my great-grandfather came to Poland with Napoleon soldiers and decided to stay there. And I'm really skeptical about the way that I can really share my work with you during this conversation, because yesterday we had really intense time, and I'm kind of feeling that what I'll be speaking about, it might not be the answer that I would like to give to what we were speaking about yesterday, and this seems to me right now the most urgent question. But I will try to show you something from my work. So we started Net Theater company in the place that was used by a local community as a whorehouse, as a brothel, and it was a church. It was a Protestant church in the western borders of Poland, and we went there with a group of people, and we decided to start the company, which is going to be first theater which is operating on the internet. And then in this old church, which was used for such a terrible issue, we started to do the work to heal it somehow. And we started to do the theater company. And I'm also working in a professional theater in Poland. I have done over 100 performances in most of the Polish stages. But this experimental work is the most dear to me. So I want to tell you about one performance, about the hideout. Do you see it's changing? Because I don't see it changing. Okay. So when I was a child, there was a lot of silence about our roots in my family, but there was a lot of stories about war. And the stories about war, they are just appearing over and over, and they were repeated when we were eating, and they were repeating when we were playing, and they were all repeated by aunts. They were like the friends of my grandma, and they all, as it turned out afterwards, most of them, they were Jewish, but they never said the word Jew. They were just speaking about this kind of strange game they played during the occupation in Warsaw, hiding and trying to survive. And there were all these stories told, whispering, not revealing the details, just a lot of suggestions, and speaking with this strange look at the face, that you are not really sure if it's true or it's some kind of a fairy tale. So at some point we decided to rent an apartment in Warsaw and gather people there and make a performance which will make people gather in a very small, very difficult space, where it's difficult to breathe and where it's difficult to move. And we were trying to make people feel uncomfortable, so they were able to really hear our story, because the stories that we were about to tell, the stories about Polish-Jewish relationship, well, they were stories that required from people to do something, physically do something, to, let's say, sacrifice something. And this time spent in this really tiny space in the rented apartment in Warsaw, sitting next to your neighbor in terrible conditions without ability to breathe. I don't know why these photos are not changing. Oh, okay, here they are. So we invited people to this very tiny space for the performance, which was happening like a meter from them. And we told the story that I was told that I was a child, about the great Polish actress Irena Solska, which was helping my aunt during the war to hide on the Polish side outside of the ghetto. And so there was a lot of stories, a lot of Jewish stories that started to come to us in a different form, like a piece of paper that someone was leaving on my instrument after the performance. And this performance was reaching in these stories. And we had a rule that at the end of the performance, we just start to tell them, and we tell them till the last person wants to stay inside of the apartment. And you can believe me, it was really difficult to stay there, but there were performances where we just continued for hours. I remember one performance which took 3.5 hours. And all the stories, they were never told till the end. There was always more. We traveled with the hideout to China, and it turned out that something which for us seemed to be so inner and difficult to translate to any other experience, that it has a lot in common with the experience of people in China who suffered from starvation or suffered from the rule of having one child and forced abortion. So yes, the next performance I want to tell you about is a performance about Hindewe Esther Kreitmann-Singer, the woman that was first woman writing in Yiddish. And because of being a woman, she couldn't write and she couldn't be heard. And her brother, Isaac Bashevis-Singer, was a famous writer and novelist, but no one ever heard the story of Hindewe. And she was first woman writing in Yiddish. And the first volume of her stories, she was pushed to tear in pieces and thrown from the window of the train that was taking her to get married. And I think there is something very important in this generation of people who went from very religious houses and started the secular life, and were trying to find ways to somehow include themselves in the society where there is no longer be so important if they are Jewish or not, just to be part of this European civilization, of this Western civilization, and believing that there is a moment in which all our traumas we will be able to somehow express them. So yeah, so I'm trying to pick all the characters that didn't have chance to speak, and in my work in my performances, I'm trying to give voice to these characters that didn't have chance to be heard. And yeah, it's not a lot of time to speak. But I want to show you another performance. I'm very skeptical about showing videos from performances online. I feel very, very harmed by the way that theater needs to present nowadays. And please forgive me that I won't be showing you any videos, but I just feel like in the theater, it's not what we are doing. And in my work, I'm always, for me, the most important thing is the presence of the audience, of this kind of space that they give by staying in the audience hall, by witnessing what is going on in the performance. For me, this is the most important thing. So I'm just showing you some pictures. So this is another performance which we did with my ensemble recently. It was dedicated to the situation of kids that were abused by priests in Catholic Church. And it was also the story of Judas, right? The trader, the figure of trader. We are trying to ask questions how people can still go to churches and how they can keep their religious life somehow sane by knowing the facts that appeared recently about the role that Polish church played and about the examples of pedophiles, many examples, but also the way that Jews were treated by Polish church. So we kind of quoted in this performance the ritual that is still performed in Poland, that you take the puppet of Judas and you hang him on the church and you beat him with poles, and it's still being done. And the last performance I want to tell you about is, yeah, this is some pictures from the ritual itself. Yeah, this is another event that took place in Poland recently, and it's kind of important for my work, but this is not a performance. This is a guy burning the puppet of a Jew in in the main square of Wrocław, one of the biggest Polish towns. So the last performance I want to tell you about is Jedwabne. It's a story of the Polish village in which during the war, there were a group of Jews murdered, burned, and killed in the barn. And this story was revealed by Maniucha Zbikont's mother. And we know this story for quite a short time in Poland. And the legacy, let's say, the heritage of these bloody events that took place in Poland, they are still something that we are trying to absorb. So we did this performance with Legnica Theater, and we did this in the building of destroyed Jewish theater in the Jewish quarter of Legnica. We invited people there to see it in a very difficult conditions. It was cold, and the space was let's say, difficult. But yes, you said something about trying to find the right frequency, not to do this show off, not to this drama show. And this is a big issue for me as well, to not to make it too easy, to create places where physically, by difficulty of participating, we can somehow balance the feeling that we can't do anything else about it. That there are the events that already happened, and understanding them and somehow making them part of our heritage, which is really difficult, but this is required. To claiming to what happened is something which is the only way for us to be a sane society, to heal ourselves. And yes, so this is basically what I'm trying to do in my work. I'm trying to touch these difficult subjects in the difficult conditions. And yeah, and I'm really glad that I can be part of this gathering, and I hope that there is a lot ahead of us to figure out. I see a lot of important questions, and thank you for letting me share my work with you.
Hello, Ntanchi, Kiawao. My name is Andrea Menard. I Ninshkotekwe in Anishinaabe, or Notagoyudin, Dishnikashon in Cree, Michif. As I've just blown away by my artistic colleagues here with their stories, and their way of approaching their art in the world is so inspiring. And there's so many similarities and so many differences. You know, something I got really triggered yesterday, lots of tears and lots of moving through and tears listening to all of these stories. But I had some triggers because, you know, when you look at yourself through this lens, or when you look at your work through this lens, you know, it highlights things that may not have been that obvious to you. And I spoke about it yesterday, and I've been reeling with it ever since. Is I've known this about myself as I've grown into the woman I have become, as I've walked into my names, my traditional names, as I've gone older and gone through so many experiences. I know myself now in a way that I didn't when I was younger. And the one thing, you know, hearing Tamara's deep acknowledgement and rooted in her family history, you know, I had, you know, there was such, you know, solid, and I so appreciate that. And for me, I had knowledge, but it was like it flatlined. It's like, yeah, there wasn't a heightened, real positive pride of being Métis. You know, sure, yeah, we jig, but it wasn't, there was something untangible, something missing, and this shame that I had inherited. And without knowing, the arts were going to be my way of diving into that, because the Métis people historically have just been ignored. And I talked about yesterday just this erasure, this history legacy of erasure. And, you know, our Métis leaders during the resistance, Louis Riel, tried to do things right politically. They engaged, I think there was something like 84, 95 or something ridiculous number of petitions sent, you know, in a legal, political, correct way to the government to get, you know, and just no response, like just ignoring. And it's it's that I think Maria, you said something about screaming, like just the need to scream to be heard. And it just it doesn't work. It's a terrible legacy to swallow, to live with. And I know that everyone here is working, their art expresses that. So for me, without knowing that I was doing this, I am a reluctant performer. I realize about myself, I would rather do anything than get up there and expose all this stuff. But we were saying yesterday is that I have this ancestral pull, this compulsion to express. And I don't know where that came from. I don't know, and for me, how it's been is that, like, it was Pavu, I think, who said, you create art to make people feel uncomfortable, or make them feeling a little, make it difficult for them, and maybe even suffer a little, right? And I realized when you said that I went, oh, I think I'm the exact opposite. I am so uncomfortable. I have so much trauma in my body, and it's so uncomfortable for me that I don't want anyone else to feel that. So just my coming from my private little world into a public space is brutal for me. And I'm recognizing that more and more and more. And so I've had this thing of being perfect, of being totally prepared, totally, because this feeling of discomfort, a feeling of anxiety, this feeling of trauma, I had no idea that was my normal state until I went on a fast and recognized that, because we went into a place where I was in danger. I was in danger. And of course, that was normal. I'm supposed to be on a fast where I'm at one with the land and the ancestors, but I was in danger. And it wasn't until I decided in the middle of that fast, with the help of my elders, to leave that space willingly and then move into a place of peace, that I realized I've lived there all my life. How come that's normal? I could survive that. I could have survived that night, those 2 nights, those 3 nights. I could have survived that, but why? So there's understanding that I didn't recognize what this anxiety felt like, because it was so normal in every situation, especially performance, especially moving from private world to public. But art literally has been my teacher. It's been my teacher. I didn't know I knew anything until it would come out of me. It's like the ancestors came, or the writing. I gave over my art very early in this career because I said, I literally can't do it. I don't think I could. I think this industries, because I'm in acting, film and television, theater, music, writing, I'm in all those different worlds kind of reluctantly, but I said if I go into these industries, they'll spit me out, like they'll chew me up. I can't do it. But then, I gave over my career very early to say, okay, well, I'm not doing this unless it changes the world, unless it means something. If I can make a difference to someone, to communities that feel this too. And so I gave it over early, and I've become very lucky to have trusted that if something comes out of me, it's going to be important. And so it sounds arrogant, but ultimately it's not mine. I'm not doing it. So if I have to, then it better be good. It better be worthwhile. And when something would come out, I always saw that it was art was being my teacher. Words would come that I went, I didn't know that. Or songs would come and I go, that's exactly the thing I'd been searching for. Like, it would be my teacher. And like, for instance, The Velvet Devil is my one-woman show. I think I have a photo, Jordan, that you could put up. I didn't really bring any videos, but Jordan, if you can do the Velvet Devil. Yeah, so this is the Velvet Devil, and she's a jazz diva from the 1940s who ran away from her Métis community to go be a big star on the stage in the big city. And she succeeded, but she gave up everything along the way. She prostituted herself to be this transformed person, this person who wasn't Métis, this person who could pass. And of course, she's the era of my mère, my grandmother. And I didn't realize it at the time. And it wasn't until I had finished the show and I had performed the show, and I had, because it's a one-woman show with music and jazz. But it wasn't until afterwards when a Métis elder came up to me and she said, "You just wrote our first Métis heroine." No, I didn't, no, I didn't. I literally was just puking out what I was supposed to write. But I had never understood. So again, maybe I did understand then that I gave it over early. I gave it over. So if our people needed a female role model, a female legend, then I guess, okay, I guess I will do that. It wasn't my intention. I didn't go about trying to do that at all. I was just trying to make these feelings go away of disconnection, because, on stage, my character realizes she is both the singer who is successful on this big stages in all the, seen as passing, and she's the little girl from Batoche, Saskatchewan, who has this deep connection to her mother, and she's both. And in the presence of everyone, she owns both those things, but I was just trying to work out me. I was trying to work out my travels. And so all of them, I know I'm almost at time, I think, I don't know. But one of the things that I have recognized now, so now that was the very beginning of that was 25 years ago. And now what comes out of me, because I'm using all the different venues I can. I'm using the platforms of speaking, singing, acting, storytelling, writing, teaching. And the things now that comes is they come in bursts. It's like, I never know what platform I'm going to be asked to use. Like just recently I released a song, I think we heard it yesterday during the break, called "Where is God in This Place?" It was a song started 3.5 years ago about a friend of mine were part of these grassroots movements of trying to get the Pope to come to Saskatchewan, come to Canada to apologize to the residential school survivors. And they looked at me and said, "We need a song." And I was like, boom, okay, I'm on it. And I started writing the song, but it didn't get finished. It couldn't get finished. And because all of those grassroots movements were having trouble, like they had to go quiet, it got turned down, then they had to try a different route. So that apology still has not happened after 5 years after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But there was an invitation that it might be, we'll hear it again, okay. There might be a resurgence of these movements to get the Pope. And of course, the song came back and all of a sudden it finished, because it wasn't finished. And I said, I'm going to release it. They whispered in my head, well, I'm going to release it at this event that was coming up. So it's just released, but it was released because I was supposed to sing that song in a room. Okay. I have a symphony show that I was releasing during this COVID time. And the symphony show was not going to be in its regular big venue. It's going to be in a huge cathedral, a Roman Catholic church. And I didn't know that at the time when I got the whisper of, you got to finish the song. You got to get this finished. I'm like, okay, it's not done. I can't get it orchestrated, having an argument with my grandmothers. But when I sang that song in that church, I couldn't get through it. And I recognized, oh, okay. A healing for me had to happen, not just for my residential school survivor friends and family who I asked to listen to this song and to help them heal. I was there to heal me and heal all those who are meant to listen. So I think my time's up. So thank you for listening.
Hi. I just wonder, because it's 6 o'clock, should I continue now, or do we all need a break? Michael?
Yeah, I think that we can continue. We'll continue, and then we'll just take our break when we've gone through everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Manucha. I'm from Warsaw. I'm a singer. Traditional, I always knew I'm a Jew. I always knew about Holocaust. I used to go to kindergarten. I was the first grade of Jewish revival, like first grade of kindergarten. And I feel, when I'm listening to you, I feel that either I'm from different generation that's many of you, or I grew up in a very special circle or bubble where being a Jew was something very special, very, it meant I'm different, but it meant I have something special behind me. Also, in my home, my grandma, she was Jewish, and she wouldn't admit that till the very end of her life. And she would do all to teach me the Catholic prayers. And but my mom, she was the generation who discovered in her 30s that she is Jewish, and she suddenly started to understand all her life. And like, I have a feeling that the generation of my mom dealt with such big emotions with the history where they come from. And I always felt as a very privileged person, happy person, maybe too happy to be an artist. That's a question that not once was coming to me. Could I be an artist if I don't really feel all those traumas, all the pity of the world? I have two parents who love me so much, and really great liberal schools, and bubble Warsaw, and international bubble of open people. And but of course I am bearing some traumas in me. I feel, as Andrea, you said, that like now you know yourself. I feel that I'm in the age when I'm starting to know my
such suspense. She's starting to know her. What is she? We'll wait for a moment to see Manucha if she can get back on. I think she got kicked off. But likely. Oh. She might be back. What do you think? I'm sure she's finding a way to find herself back on. She's actually no longer in the.
Michael, I think maybe we move on and give her a chance to find her way back.
Okay, that sounds good. So, yeah. So let's move on to. I believe next is Dr. Deb.
No, me. It's I'm the next.
Oh, it's Zuza. I'm sorry.
I'm the next. It's so difficult because I feel that my brain is really full and full of not only brain, all of emotions, and really I'm trying hardly to remember what I wanted to say. That's the problem. And now I'm in the middle of Manucha, but I will try to go on. I would like you to see not me, but in the background my works, because it's better, and I will feel better. I will hide it. So I will be happy to have a slide show going in the background. The slideshow is showing my works in theater from last 10 years. I think I realized several dozen of performances, and among the others, there is also some of them dealing with Jewish topics, and one of them I will speak closer because it's for me important to show general picture, and then I would like to share with you the details and the process how do I'm working. I would like to tell you that I'm stage designer, space designer, puppet designer, costume designer, which is something also difficult in today times, because it's difficult to find always budget and always the place to the visuals, and I believe that these visuals is one of the Jordan, this is just repeating 4 photos, but I would like to have all of them. I would like to tell also how I came to the place where I am. And I will not repeat the story of my family, and I will not repeat because I think it's familiar to all of us, and a lot of us spoke about the silence and emptiness, sadness, and so on, which is also part of my history, and this is what bring me to theater, and this is what bring me to deal with the space, because I believe this is something which can say more than a lot of words, and I believe that this stage design is not this one, Jordan, not this one. Let's turn back to the first slideshow. And this is something which is which I'm dealing with. It's I think the most is creating atmosphere. I'm working through all the visual aspect of performance, through the small things to the whole picture. but what I'm concentrating the most is the feeling and atmosphere, and something which we can really understand through the visual. I would like to tell you very detailed about performance which we realized together with Paweł about Hideout, and I'm very happy that he told you generally about it before. So you know general idea of performance, but I would like to tell you about it from my perspective and from my working process, I can say. What is, and I would like to show the video number 1, which will show the trailer of performance, because I think it's important to see it. It's not this one. I'm sorry, it's number 8 in your list.
Odpowiedz!
This one.
Boven weg steht een boom, steht een ei gebogen. Alle Vögel führen een boom, seien sich zerflogen. Dreiken miserig, dreiken meirev, und der Rest kein Dorem. Und den Boom gelost allein, hefker vor dem Storm. Zog ich zu der Mamen her, wollst mir noch nicht sterben. Will ich Mame eisens fein, bald erfolgen werden. Ich will sitzen, offen wollen, nehm euch mit.
Jedną babkę udało się umieścić w domu starców na lewych papierach. Reszta rodziny cała pod podłogą, ścisk, duchota. Wychodzą raz na parę dni. Raz wyszedł ojciec na zwiady, a tam przychodzi list, niezakodowany, od babki. Babka pisze: zabierzcie mnie stąd, bo mi się nudzi, wy niewdzięcznicy. Nudzi jej się. Niczego nie świadoma, nudzi jej się. Bo jak można było w kryjówce coś robić, czymś się zająć, to już taka prawie nie kryjówka.
Now please show the first photo from second file. Not this one, the second, oh yes, probably it will be better. That's not the first one, but it's also, it can be good.
Yes. Już mam tylko będę potrzebowała w takim razie. Aha, mam tutaj. To też mam.
We have Manuha also. Okay, so I think it's important to say in the beginning that, as Barry said, I'm a part of the team, and I'm working together with a lot of people who are creating the like a last view of the performance, and that the hideout, which general picture, you know, that is based on, we can say, Holocaust stories, but also more, we are also thinking a lot about being it referred to the nowadays somehow, as much as possible. And we created as a team in a process, and I think it's important to share it with you here, because we were thinking a lot during that process how to speak about Holocaust, how to realize performance about Holocaust, how to realize something more referring to our life in nowadays in Warsaw, in Poland, around the world, and how to touch people, and to how to go more, how to touch also the young people. And also what is important also is in the music and so on, in the actor scenario and Pavel directing, but I was focusing on visuals and how to create this performance from visual side. And what is important, when we were realizing it, we close all together with all of people who are realizing it in Lublin. I don't know, for one month, I think. And we were creating the space. I was creating the space during the rehearsals and during all of these speeches and how to. And I was seeing also reactions of the actors, reactions of director, reactions of the musician. I will go. I would like to tell you more about performance going through the photos. So we will see. Now we are seeing the performance in this house in Warsaw, and you can see the audience, and you can see one of the actresses. And all of performance, all of the space were covered by kind of wall, because Irena Solska, during hiding the Jews, she was covered it by somehow, I can say, dealing with wool stuff in the most easy way. And this is, I think, the idea of the walls, wool lines going through all of the space, which was the way to touch the audience. Because people who were coming to the space from the beginning, from the entrance, they had to go down. They had to go under the lines. They couldn't enter like normal, because it was, they had to help each other. They had to go into the darkness with their help, and I was in that space and I was hearing their voices, and it was something which was mixed, like I could hear something from very long time ago from my ancestral hideouts, but it was real in the same time. And it was in the same, please, if you can go with photos more, it was in the same time something which I said was important to referring to today, which you can say that this was experiment somehow to put people nowadays to hide out and to see how they will behave to each other also during the performance. And when the actors were playing, they were trying to move inside the lines. So they were touching them by their movement, but in the same time they were touching the audience. So one of the friends told me that after that, all the time that one line was touching his ear, and with every movement of actor, he was feeling that something is touching him. And on the photos, you can see how I have to say, all together we created this space, because when I was doing it, I was feeling that we are living there, we are inside. That this is not something which I'm making experiment on people, on audience, but I was in this experiment. I was inside also, and everybody, a musician, video maker, they had their place inside, and this place were created, and you can see it, and it was combined with all details which were somehow referring to the past. And you can say that it was brought from the Second World War, but in the same time, it was something what you can find or create right now from things which are around. I think I can say about it long time. You can see it on the picture. Maybe it will be time more, because it was like a total experience, I can say. And this is, I think, one of the most strong experience which I had in my life and in theater, for sure, because everything was completing each other. And to the end, when we traveled around all Poland for most important festivals. We traveled abroad with this performance. And I have to say that every visit to this hideout was incredibly difficult for me. Every time I was feeling that my heart is going stronger with this music, with this space. Yeah, and I think what is the most important for me in that, and why I'm sharing that with you, is that that it's for me the voice in this discussion, how to speak about it right now, just not to create, make us scared or making us inside trauma, but going more and going somewhere, referring to what is going on right now in Poland and in Europe. That's all.
Thank you, Zuza. Shall I continue? So I was telling that I think I'm in the moment in my life that I don't yet know that well myself. Every year I know better, and now when I'm mom of 2 children, it's becoming faster, this knowledge of yourself. But what I what I felt in love from childhood, it was singing and the power of voice. And I followed what totally drive me was the Ukrainian traditional singing. And I started to travel around Eastern Europe villages to find the oldest people in the villages, to spend time with them, to learn the techniques of singing. And I must say that the place totally grabbed me. I mean, I was, for more than 10 years, I was traveling all the time, going back to the same singers, to listen to their songs in the spring, in the winter, in the morning, in the evening, inside, outside, indoor, outdoor, in different moods, different conditions. And I digged to singing not only as a performance, but as a practice. And in my circle, I found myself doing very unpopular thing. First of all, because I felt in love with the art of peasants, which are less valued group of people in my circle, especially with this Jewish heritage, especially with the heritage of what my mom does about this Jedwabne history, that Polish peasants, neighbors murdered their Jewish neighbors. And I always heard that most important is education, and the peasants are not educated. Also as a Pole, we are really ashamed of peasant roots. We all want to believe that our culture comes from Sarmat or from higher class, but most of the Poles, they come from little villages and they were peasants. Do I pronounce it? Do you know what I mean? Peasants. Yes, okay. Okay, second of all, Eastern Europe. We in Poland, we think that our country is less, like every other country is more sexy and better than our country. And that I grew up knowing that all what is good is in the Europe, but Poland was not in the Europe at the time. The Europe was France, Germany, wonderful culture, wonderful politics, everything was always better then. And I found myself and my family found myself going east to Russia, to Ukraine, to Belarusia. During when I was studying, then some programs opened that every Polish student could go for a year to any other European country. And I found some different scholarship to go for a year to Kiev. And also my family, my friends were asking, why Kiev? You could go to any beautiful country. I know you like folklore. I know you like songs, but what about Spain, sun, nice people, beautiful landscapes? No, Ukraine. So, and something more that was very not sexy about what I am doing is the folklore, because during socialism, there was all the folklore was made as a national, it was used as a national symbols, and not real folklore was showed to the world, but some extract of it that was needed to be representative, beautiful, and people totally forgot what the real folklore can sound like, what it really is. And I felt that I'm doing something that if I tell anybody I'm doing the folklore music, I know what would they see. And this was totally not what I was doing. So I found myself each time explaining what am I doing, not having any language to tell it, because all the language who would tell about it was had bad connections, bad not what I meant. So for years I would collect the songs, the stories. Then I would perform or start or practice it with my friends in the cities. I would teach others or sing with the circles of people that I would travel with them. I would do different projects in the village to rebuild the community around music, around some local rituals. And I feel that now, since I have babies, I don't travel that much to the villages, and I shifted to the moment to more give fruits from what I collected through all the years, and my head is totally full of all these songs. But these are not only songs. We tend to think that folklore is anonymous, but what I found out in the villages, different villages, is that every single song which is sung has its owner. Like, this is, if somebody sings a song, it says, oh, that's a song that used to sing this certain person before me. Or I know it from this and this person. And also there is a story, a person behind each song. So these are the stories that I got really deep into. And what I'm lately doing during pandemia, especially, is I'm trying to rewrite my own songs, but the basis are certain stories and songs that I collected. Meanwhile, I attended many different artistic groups, projects with alternative music, jazz, electronic. But what I wanted to show you is one song from Pandemia that because I couldn't work with any musician, so I cooperated with Marcin Wicha, who was mentioned today, the writer. Well, so I would ask Jordan to show number 7. Oh, number 7 of my. Oh, okay.
Więc tak zabrali nam dziś świat, jakby ktoś nie zapłacił rat. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, żal, że Maniuszce przepadł świat. Już zna Maniuszka strach i złość, żal to codzienny teraz gość. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, że zna zmartwienia strach i złość. mamaniuszka, szczęścia łód, bo dziś w szufladzie ziaren ciut. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, lecz dziś znalazła ziaren ciut. Więc tak Maniuszka będzie siać, by garść tych ziaren wiośnie dać. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, by garść tych ziaren wiośnie dać. Więc tak dziś zamiast puli k niej musi Maniuszce starczyć mniej. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, trochę rzeżuchy i już lżej. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, trochę rzeżuchy i już lżej.
Hello. Oh, I'm not sure if it's easier going last. So, you know, get to watch everybody and see what they do. Wayne Bojo, Neil Gwinneby, Kindigo, Name Dodem, Anishinaabe, Medewan Koindao, Gitchida Koindao, Mantubu Atkonin, Donjin, and Barry Nungum, Nimigwetchwin, Nimigwetchwindan the Goshanon. I'm very happy to be here. I was trying to think of what order to present, and it's very smudgy over here. I just noticed looking at my screen. I send this offering of this smoke with my prayers to all of the people watching, all of the people present. It's been some heavy conversations, some laughter. I hope my smoke alarm doesn't go off. That would be something else happening. I was thinking about my work as an artist. When I was younger, I was very much a social activist. I remember watching James Luna do a talk on TV and saying that, and he was a performance artist. He said, you know, that people didn't want to hear about what he called at the time our dirty laundry. So I was like, oh, okay. So I was in school at that time, and I actually created an art installation piece called Dirty Indian Laundry. It was really clean and white, was, you know, and it was clothing with all of the narratives and different symbologies on it. And I hung it up at the University of Toronto. So I guess I've always been that voice, even though I'm pretty sure that I was raised to be a good Indian, silenced, perhaps on my way to be assimilated. I think there's always a part of me that's like, not today, not today. I'm very much an activist and an advocate for sovereignty. I have been resistant to the word equity. I've say the language I like to use is sovereignty and autonomy. Those are the words. So I actually worked on a piece. So I've been mostly collaborating. I think maybe it was about 11 years, my early, I guess throughout my 30s that I was more active, art, showing art, performing art. And then I started focusing on my thesis to get my doctorate. I thought that was one of the ways that I might occupy space. And I've been teaching history, Indigenous spirituality. That's a topic actually that I was thinking about my life experience and engaged in the art. And I remember Monique bringing my son in his stroller to your show, Pocahontas and the Blue Dots. Don't think I knew you then, but I think I heard about, I had to go and see this. I had to go and be part of that experience, even though I'm pretty sure I think it was Theater Pass Marai, or they might have been a little confused about my stroller situation, but I didn't want that to be a limitation at that time. But I introduced my son, who's over 30 now, to live theater because it was important. So I have so my focus on sovereignty, reclaiming, rematriation. I think we have some slides from a lodge that was built at the University of Toronto, which is where I went to school. This lodge rebuilt it in September, at the end of September, without permission. There was a time when I was at the University of Toronto doing my undergraduate in visual studies, and I was told by one of the teachers that I shouldn't depend on my nativeness to get me by, that the art that I was presenting was, I guess, too self-identified. And another one of my teachers said, we like your art, we just don't understand it. So I ended up writing a whole book outlining all of the artists that had influenced me throughout my life. Because at that time at the University of Toronto, they weren't even showing slides of Indigenous artists in the classes. So, which I questioned a lot and got ignored. So advancing to 20 years later, when I'm at University of Toronto again doing my postdoc, I think I got tired of not being heard. I thought that reaching the highest level of education might be valued because that's what I was told growing up. Thankfully, I achieved my PhD before or after the law that said that, I don't believe Jordan has your slides. Okay. I might. Well, I'll just describe the lodge then more. So I felt like it was my, that I needed to take that opportunity without permission, that the University of Toronto has no ceremonial jurisdiction over me. And yet I feared them because they were the ones, I feared them for most of the time that I was at university, worried about speaking out or, but I think the older, maybe that's the beauty of becoming wiser, saging, is that I think I got to the point where I thought, if I don't do this now, what will it be like those ones coming behind me? I feel like the firsts. I know that my children, because of the work I've done in the community, won't ever know what it's like to not have a healing lodge on this part of the world. That's work that I did when I was young. The communities won't have, the communities have healing and wellness programs because of the work that I did. The communities have lifelong care programs to take care of our elders because of the work that I did. So I think that this was an extension of that. Building the lodge at the University of Toronto was ensuring that the ones coming after me wouldn't be forced into just an education within the institution on their terms, that a space would be created visibly on reclaiming land that has had the university presence for over 200 years and where our presence has been limited. The lodge is not called Land Back Lodge, but it could have been. It's the Ashkenazi Wigwaming. That I feel that it's important to, if we're talking about how people engage in their own creativity from their own truth, their own identity, I need to make space wherever I can make space. If it can't happen in our communities for whatever reasons, if it needs to happen somewhere. So I guess that's me just taking the space and saying, this is what's going to happen. How will our young people learn about who they are? Through the lodge, because there was a time that we were born into those lodges. We didn't have to build community around a lodge. We knew already, we were born into that. It's more challenging building community around a lodge because of the space. It's very contradictory. People warned me about the repercussions, to the point that one of the people who were supporting me, he had indicated that even his partner had said, "Is it worth losing your job over?" And I was thinking, why is people talking about that? And I was like, I kept saying, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear anything. This is all negative. This lodge is going up. And, you know, we built this lodge. We went to Springwater Provincial Park. We collected those poles. Each one of those poles were invited. If you know wigwam, it's a structure with maple trees, maple saplings. Each one of those poles were spoken to and offered tobacco. The question being answered was, which one of you poles will sacrifice your life? Which one of you poles will give up your life to build this teaching lodge in Toronto? It was actually amazing, because at one point it seemed like they were jumping, they were volunteering quite. We gathered over 50 poles and we brought them to Toronto. And the first challenge we had was that the police at the University of Toronto were taking pictures of the poles. They were straddling the poles, taking pictures. And I thankfully I had arrived just shortly after that photo taking event happened. And it actually prompted to have a deeper conversation within the university with the police. So that was interesting. Oh, you found the slide. This is the final build. There was a small group of our masked helpers. Two of the women beside me, Maria Hopfield and Mick, they're both university faculty teachers. The young man the tall young man, that is my son. And I forget this young woman's name at the end. That's Mick's sister. We built this lodge in a few days. Reclaim it. Thank you for showing that. We're planning on having the lodge be painted. It'll be painted. It's still unfolding story. So I'm excited to thank you for sharing that picture of our lodge. I have I think it's about 3 minutes, and I'm being mindful of the time. But there was a spoken word that do you have that one, Jordan? A spoken word collaboration that I did with a woman from Makwaminising Bear Island, Tamagami First Nation, who I work with a lot. Her name is Christine. We've collaborated on many things over the years, and this and usually I'm just in the background being like, okay, this teaching, but I think this year I was like, I really want to be heard. So I recorded this spoken word that I wrote. And Christine is part of a bigger piece called Thunderbird Rising. So I shall leave you with my spoken word. Thank you. One voice, one truth, one land. Colorblind narratives say I am like you, but I was born human long before your rights imprisoned me. I was born human long before cultural competency and affirmative action gave me equity. I was born human long before being human given by your God and state. I was born human before invitation to participate in institutions that assimilate. In the name of your God, I was born to savages, heathens, and pagans. I was born to minority status and set in the margin. You came here looking for a good life and took our good life away, made us Indian, silenced, banished, terminated, replaced our governance with confusion. Who gave you this right, man-centered, subjected bodies to reconstruct, redefine my inherent rights? Kinship is my governance with the land. The lure of materialism drives your motivation. Capitalism drives urban centers to attract Indians, reduce numbers, get off reserves that were not meant to be permanent locations for kinship. Just holding cells until assimilation made us your citizens. Meta-narratives of harsh, violent land conceals the truth, justifies removal, land, history, culture, enslaving our elders, they fell asleep, dreamed the future. Killing of Indians continues, not a byproduct of colonialism, still colonialism extending forward. Autonomy, not equity, is my space to speak truth. Sovereignty, not diversity, to speak unsilenced, not secure approval. Oppression is a disease, infects our minds and hearts. Mind illness, heart illness, an epidemic that sailed across water, transmitted by mouth, black tongue. It is not our disease. We are the cure through heart-beating, unbroken blood memory, ceremony, original sound of creation. Mother Earth holds our stories. Red ochre left by our ancestors, thunderbird medicine, star medicine, traveling medicine. Our mother binds together 7 grandfathers, 7 fires to one voice, one truth, one land. Remembers treaties with water, fire, earth, and air. we gather this medicine, petition the tree nation to cure our mind of that dependency on paper, your written governance. We are not an Indian problem. Grandfather drum sings ancestral remembering, returns the outside to being our inside. Our living truth keeps attention, faith and belief, own hearts, own minds, since time immemorial. One voice, one truth, one land. One land. One land.
Yay. Yay.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. That was amazing. That was kind of, it's even reductive to say that, but that was something. So we are a bit off schedule by an hour, but that's what today wanted to be. And I think it was the right thing. And so that's what we let it be. So we're going to, the schedule is going to, we've decided to change the schedule a little bit. We're going to take our half-an-hour break now, but that would only leave us a half an hour more for the further public component. So what we've decided is we're going to extend the public component for an additional 45 minutes, the conversation. So we'll come back 7:30 Polish time, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, and then we'll be together collectively for another hour and 15 minutes. Okay, so
Tell
now
people, Michael, let people know that we have a really nice half-hour programming for them, for the audience who's tuning
Yes, I
in.
was just about to. So what you're going to see now is, no one's going to log off right now, Pavel. Everyone will just stay on. We're all staying in the webinar for now. We're just going to take a break. But what we're going to show you on the break is a mix of work from all of the artists that I put together. Sadly, I didn't coordinate with Manyucha, so you're going to see Manyucha's piece twice, but it was so beautiful. You'll actually see two things, because Manyucha is also part of, I'm not sure if you're presently or you have been a part of a band, and there's this incredible video that I had to include. It was just so great. So you'll actually see this as well, but you'll see her, I think. But I really encourage you to tune in. It's actually quite wonderful to see all of people's work back to back. So we'll see you back at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, 7:30 Central European Time, Polish time. Thanks very much, everyone, and please do return.
Thank you.
Drag me away. Today they're here for me. I look to my father, but they stand in his way, saying this is how it's gonna be. The walls of this schoolhouse feel like a cell. They tell me that prayer heals all loss. I'm not allowed to sing or speak the words that I know. I pray to the man on the cross. This is what I ask him. They tell me this God of yours loves me. But where is God in this place? words for the past. Answers are coming at last.
Co ze mną? Idę długim korytarzem. Po schodach do góry na dach. Boże mój! Boże, nie jesteś już mój! Ty jesteś dobry? Opuszczam cię. Dosyć udawania. Odchodzę. Wiem, dokąd idę.
Czy my w tej chwili zaczynamy zastanawiać się nad tym, kto zabił? O jakich wartościach Pan mówi? Co to są za wartości, które są oparte na kłamstwie? W co zmieniacie nasze dzieci?
To już nie była ona, to był Jiggy.
A był Jiggy.
A jestem trochę nienormalna. O, jestem. A trochę jestem nienormalna. Na rany Chrystusa przysięgam na zamęczonego Chrystusa. Odkręcę gaz w nocy i wsadzę tam.
Lustro! To jest lustro.
Kto tam jest w tym lustrze?
Mgła.
Boże! Boże, jak cudownie!
Całą noc, albo wszystkie noce, bo nikt to nie wie, jak to jest z tym czasem, tańczyły wokół mnie piersi.
Stoję w kałuży krwi i nie mogę się ruszyć. Do dzisiaj byłam dziewczynką.
Nie chcesz nigdy nie umrzeć.
Boję się umrzeć. Nie chcę umrzeć nigdy.
Dobrze. Będziesz nieśmiertelny. Mocy przybywaj!
Można spać, można nic nie robić, można nie myśleć i też będzie życie. Czymkolwiek nie będę, zawsze będę życie. Ksiądz się stworzył, czy Bóg cię stworzył? Bóg.
To nigdy nie było o mnie do spęknięcia z tej dziury!
Kto ty jesteś? Nikt. Też byłam nikt. Nienawidzę cię, nienawidzę cię, nienawidzę! Cicho! Nie ruszać się! Stop! Stop!
There was a time when I wondered that very much. Who am I? My own social conditioning and belief about myself at that time was that I was an Indian and that I was part of this Indian problem. Thankfully, having other people that were walking a good life road ahead of me, they were able to pass on that remembrance of who we are as Anishinaabe. And my name is Dr. Debbie Wilson-Daynard. You know, I work with the Life Path teachings. What is it that we have inside of ourselves that we need to uncover because a lot of who we think we are has been conditioned? Today, I'm working with Chris and Serene on the Life Path teaching as a way to help ground them on their journey and remind them of their purpose. This is actually going to be your first activity. Between the two of you, you're going to gather 7 sticks.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. So
This is pretty long, but there, it's one.
that's perfect. That's one.
Okay, one.
We're creating a new trail, but we're also deepening and strengthening what has already been left. This is just the physical reminder of what actually you already know. On this life path, there's these gaps, and so those gaps actually represent that bridge. Those ceremonies that we have is not for me to tell you what your bridge is. but to encourage you to find those things that are your own bridge. So your family, you're knowing who you are, you're connecting. It is that faith and belief that this trail is gagi, that it's forever, that this forever life was placed here for us as Anishinaabe. When we talk about this finding or this losing, it's with that faith and belief that this life trail was walked for all of us. And so if you stand here maybe long enough, you might actually be like, yeah, my mother walked this way. Even those ones who may have left life, they still left something. They still call to us. This time when I was having a really hard time, I could feel something around me. And in that moment, it was like there were people there. They were my ancestors. And what I heard them say was, we know how you feel because we lost much in our lifetime too. I said, but we can't do anything about it, but you can.
Więc tak zabrali nam dziś świat, jakby ktoś nie zapłacił rat. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, żal, że Maniuszce przepadł świat. Już zna Maniuszka strach i złość, żal to codzienny teraz gość. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, że zna zmartwienia strach i złość. Lecz ma Maniuszka szczęścia łód, bo dziś w szufladzie ziaren ciut. Żal, że to tak, raz, dwa, że już, lecz dziś znalazła ziaren ciut. Więc tak Maniuszka będzie siać, by garść tych ziaren wiośnie dać. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, by garść tych ziaren wiośnie dać. Więc tak dziś zamiast puli k niej musi Maniuszce starczyć mniej. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, trochę rzeżuchy i już lżej. Rzeżu, rzeżu, rzeżuchę siać, trochę rzeżuchy i już lżej.
I'm giving thanks
the things around me, I'm giving thanks to a world that's letting me live freely. And in my way I give, I say my kienenan. And in my way I ask for guidance, I say my kienenan.
Gdy się ocknęłam, moje ciało nie było już takie jak wcześniej. Zamiast kości mam głównie tytan, niedozwolony wprawdzie w zawodach, ale tak lekki i tak prestiżowy, że dziadek nie mógł się powstrzymać. Model pokazowy. Targi w Dubaju stanęły otworem. Podziwiali mnie szejkowie. Jeden książę chciał mnie nawet kupić, ale rodzina mimo wszystko z jakichś powodów się nie zgodziła. Napędza mnie teraz metanol, a zamiast serca mam silnik, zdolny wytrzymać wszystko. Wszystko, tylko nie rodzinne święta.
I have enlisted quaint, feathered, dusky people from exotic lands, peerless prodigies of physical phenomena. I bring you the world's only invisible woman!
I can see right through myself. Transparent, like the invisible woman. I trace my veins with my finger, quietly green and blue. A map of rivers flowing stories that my eyes have never seen, but that I know.
Don't look them in the face, never look them in the eye. Don't look them in the eye, never look them in the cold blue eye. Stay close to the wall. Dissolve like mist in the morning on the marshes, like vapor.
She's a good girl, that Izzy. Izzy keeps her apron clean. Gentle as a lamb, that Izzy. Gentle as a lamb. Just walks the halls and does whatever you tell her.
Hiawatha Asylum for insane Indians. That's where I learned to go invisible. I'd be so quiet. They'd forget to shackle me to my bed. I'd be so still. They wouldn't lock the door. I'd be so small. I'd be invisible. Oh, all right! I'll earn my keep. But don't you make me out to be an old fool. And don't you swindle me, Sam. I'll tie you little brown hickory nuts in a knot. Don't you think I'll...
We'll make a great team! Oh! You will cross my heart, you won't regret it, Izzy. Oh!
3 pinches of powdered pearl. And water from the Rappahannock River. Rising water, falling water, cattail fluff from the stand where the old ones long gone hid in the reeds. I can see right through myself. A cord of blue-green veins, liver here, kidney there.
Izzy, tell me true. Do you hear that sound? It's been ringing in my ear ever since I first set foot in St. Louis. It's a high-pitched sound, like a tuning fork.
We are here to trace the star path, travel the veins of rivers, tunnels, and arteries linking northern serpent to southern serpent.
Don't tell me how sunlights are shining anywhere but there. We will do the hoochie coochie. You will be my tootsie wootsy.
Now, Chief.
Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break. That last song, actually, Manucha, if you're here, the last song was from I believe it was your band or a band that you were in called Tenge Hoppe, and I was trying to ask my wife to explain to me in English what the name of that meant, and she had a hard time. I'm wondering if anyone can help. Any of the Poles can help, or if you can tell me, Manucha. Well, Manucha is not actually back yet, so probably not. So maybe at some point later, someone, maybe Ola in her introduction can help. So we're gonna go. We're now going to continue. We're gonna have an open conversation now. If you in the audience want to join the conversation, we would just ask you to either raise your hand or use the Q&A function. You can put your question in there, and if we call on you, we'll invite you up as a panelist. So you'll be promoted into the panelist. We'll ask you to turn your camera on, and join the conversation for some time. So don't be alarmed if all of a sudden something happens and you're a panelist. And to lead us through the next hour and 15 minutes is someone who's become very important to Festival, which is the organization presenting this program. She's become a really important collaborator and partner, and our relationship continues to grow. Alexandra Janus, or Ola, as she goes by, or I know her by, is a researcher, an activist, and a curator of cultural programs. And in her academic and creative work, she focuses on memory and difficult heritage of the Holocaust in Poland. She collaborates with the Research Center for Memory Cultures at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and is a board member of the Zapomniane Foundation, dealing with uncommemorated, unmarked burial sites of the Jewish victims of the Holocaust. I'm very happy to welcome Alexandra, Ola, to moderate us into the next section. Welcome, Ola.
Thank you so very much, Michael, for this kind introduction. And thank you guys for having me. This is a pleasure. And it's been, what an experience these 2 days already have been. To answer your question before I start, there some answers have appeared in the chat box, but like Tenge Hoppe, so the band that Manucha is performing with, means like it might mean fat boys, but it might also mean a solid, strong, sturdy guys. So Paweł and Karolina already offered some answers in the chat. And before I will allow myself to introduce myself very briefly, I just wanted to also say that apart from questions from the audience, I would also like to hear from you, our artists, because I saw during your presentations that some of you were like nodding or like responding visually to what the other people were saying. So I also invite you to respond to what you just heard, and also like along with our audience. I'm speaking to you today from Warsaw. I'm in Warsaw, and actually the building that I am at was built at the beginning of the 20th century for a Jewish couple, the Lichtenbaums, and they were among 360,000 Jewish citizens that inhabited this city, constituting around 30% of the Warsaw's population. And in the basement of that building where I'm at, during the war, the Provisional Field Hospital functioned. So I'm sitting on some layers of history here. And 1 kilometer from where I'm at was the southern border of the Warsaw Ghetto, which was the biggest ghetto in Europe. So this is where I am at today. And I want to thank you for this very inspiring, emotional, and moving experience. And I'm really grateful and honored to have a chance to be part of this extraordinary gathering. And I wanted to tell you that ever since I started working with uncommemorated and unmarked burial sites of the Jewish victims of the Holocaust, artists have turned out to be my allies, one of the biggest allies. And the artistic practices have inspired and fueled my thinking. And at some point, I often started turning to creative practices myself in collaboration with artists when I felt that I need to go beyond academic writing and what that allows me to actually express. Because I wanted, and I felt that I need other means of expressing the things that I am experiencing in these places and in relationship to these issues. And I will be waiting for the questions that will appear, but I wanted to start with maybe opening up some issues or some topics that we could discuss. And I must say that I've been always interested mostly in visual arts in relationships to the genocide and trauma. But recently, I myself started discovering performing arts in this context, collaborating with a friend of mine, choreographer and dancer, and using body and bodily presence in a certain site. And a few of you mentioned earlier this today how your body is responding to what was and is being said during this meeting, and I can also feel that in my body. You also referred to the body or physical experiences as important for your artistic processes. Mikołaj mentioned that, how he's like collecting himself together, and Maria Magdalena also about relationships with the body, voice, and landscape. Tamara about expressing emotions and anger and also taking up space. Andrea about her reluctance to go up there and expose all that. Pavel about designing physical experiences for others, and Zuza about touching the audience, at times literally touching them, but also her own experience, difficult experience of being inside the hideout. So as yesterday during our conversation, it was actually going a lot around the land. I wonder how you all would respond to the role of the body and the bodily experience in your practice, because you are all like related to the performing arts. And also like another issue related to that was the question of like finding the right tone of voice, and how to find the right tone of voice, and how to find the right language, metaphorically speaking, to talk about these issues and also talk about them today. That was, I believe, Zuza mentioning that. So in case any of you would like to respond to that, I would very much welcome you. Just let me know if you want to be brought in. And I also see there's one question in the chat already in the Q&A, so just let me know if you feel like answering some of these issues.
I'm happy to jump on in.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, Ola.
Hi.
Thanks for the question. This idea of body and how it processes the story. I connect most to it, as Andrea touched on, the lump in the throat. So the voicelessness, and also as a dancer, I used to be crippled by, for years I was a professional dancer, my hip flexors, my psoases, of getting so tight that I would have to lie on my back. I'd have to ice my hips every night after dancing, after a show, after teaching. And it wasn't until working with an Indigenous choreographer, with Christine O'Leary, that Deb Daynard worked with, but also with from Big Medicine Studio, Penny Cucci, who was a piece that I continue to come back to over and over again, called When Will We Rage? And it was all about transgenerational grief. And in rehearsal once, it was as if my legs just gave out, and we were really deep into what our mothers had passed down to us in utero. And I have a complicated, I guess, really intense feelings with that, with things that not directed towards my mother, but that processing of what I inherited from her. And so anyway, I ended up completely kind of crippled. We went on the back, and I went on my back, and the women just surrounded me, and they held my knees into my chest to release my hip flexors. And everything came out. And Penny was like, oh, that's the hips. Oh, that's where we store our trauma. She's just like off the cuff, said, like, she was so familiar with this release that was happening in this place that the pain was held. We gave it the moment that it needed. I felt supported in what needed to come out. But I guess that's what helped guide me into finding places to work as an artist that are trauma-informed spaces. And I've had it for the past 10 years. I've been navigating my way through my choice of that's not a safe space for me. Those aren't safe people. I need to be with people that I trust. And I should also say that Michael trusted me with choosing the artists for today, the Indigenous artists for this conference. And that is part of what I have to filter through, because if the work is not done in trauma-informed spaces, I'm not able to be the vessel that I need to be. I'm also not able to have the practices and the ceremonies that support my body and myself, of when I need to tap out and when I need to give over to it, and then when I'm strong again and I can meet the work again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamara, for sharing that and sharing that story with us. And I saw that Andrea also answered in the chat that she has the same agony in her hips, and so does her father. And I also, I know that Marion Hirsch, who coined the term post-memory, she actually was talking about how this whole transgenerational transmission actually creates the situation where we are actually we are living in the past somehow, and this is our lived experience in our bodies, which I think corresponds a lot to the story you just shared. And I know that Monique wants to also respond to that, so could we please bring in Monique so that she can add something to that.
I also started as a dancer from a very young age, and all of the work that I do as an actor, as a performer, as a writer comes from the body. The work that I go back to when generating work is work that I was trained in by my immediate elder generation, which is Spider-Woman Theater, my mother and my aunts, and it is a process of sourcing impulse, sound, and movement in the body, and then gesture, and word is actually last. So the premise that I work with is that the body is text, and I work privileging the body and the stories in the body, and most recently, the body as a receptor and transmitter for stories found in land. So I have used my actor training, my sensory training, and my training in ceremony to be that kind of deep listener, to catch song, to catch story, to catch rhythm, and to translate that to textual performances, but the text being, instead of the Bible, right, the absolute map, the text is really just the last thing there. So working from the body and what is in our bodies from all of these stories that we carry is where I have been going for 30 years, maybe a little bit more.
Thank you so much. And I see that Mikołaj would like to add something. And I also see that Andrea is like commenting in the chat. So maybe she would like to also be the next one to refer to that. But first, please, let's bring in Mikołaj.
Yes, I would like to add something to this, what Monique says. I mean, I'm not practicing as a dancer, but I'm just blowing to my horn, and I have like very deep experience with breathing. I know how strong it is when you breathe like every day, when you pull your like air to the mouthpiece and then to your instrument, and the sound is changing for a sound. And this whole process is maybe the only one what I'm practicing. Yeah, and when I was young, of course, I practiced in this case and like playing my fingers faster. But this is, as I told before, as I said, is bullshit. But this is amazing. It's like when you're practicing with your, like when you're just breathing and you recognize that this is probably this is the sense of life, just breathing, and we are forgetting about this, that we're just breathing. And yeah, and you know, I think that the body, this is probably only one true, only one thing. What when we are like want to say something by our body, we always saying truth. You know, it's impossible to lie. So I'm just for many years I'm just asking myself what I'm really practicing, and I think that I'm practicing instinct. I mean, it sounds strange, but I think instinct is just a contact with the body, and body can say you something. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it reminds me of what Barry was also saying about instinct and like the ability and like learning to trust your instincts. And I see that Barry wants to add to that as well. But like first we're gonna bring Andrea and then we're gonna bring Barry. Thank you, Mikołaj.
Oh, the body. Whew, that is so the truth teller. Breath. Woohoo! Is the doorway to our stuff, right? And you know, in my lineage, there's a rage that's passed down. Woo! Like we're talking scary ass rage. And I knew I didn't necessarily want that to be my go-to every single time something happened, because it is in my family. And so when I finally learned how to move that into tears, like that's my go-to now. Like, and I'm a sobber. Like I can sob. I made a promise to myself to return to like being a baby, and you cry with your entire being, you laugh with your entire being, you like, but that means, you know, I'm feeling that deeply in every cell of my body, which of course your body can be like this torture chamber of feeling until I do that release or I've opened. So I cry more than anyone I've ever met, but I also know that that's my choice rather than raging, because I know there's that much rage as well. And I'm okay with raging, but you know, people in my family just spewed it everywhere. And I cry now. So like, to me, that's my body response. So in many ways, maybe I'm not needing to perform on stage so much because I'm actually doing it in the privacy of my own bedroom. So I was just curious because, you know, there's this, I don't have the compulsion that I did when I was younger. And maybe that's changing because the tears are being shed. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Barry, please join us because you also wanted to add something to that.
Yeah. I started to access my body work through clown, actually. There's a pachinko style clown formula here in Canada
that is derived from Lecoq methods, but also, and it's more complicated, but there's also some appropriated indigenous knowledge kind of in there. There's looking at the 6 directions, and there's a lot of sort of Eastern philosophies and indigenous philosophies. And I wasn't necessarily drawn to it for that reason. I was drawn to it because I was really resonating with the, doing silent work, doing things through tableau, not trying to compete with, being told I have an actor voice or anything. I could just like let things out and not get criticized for my lack of training, having come to theater at a very older age. So I was just very much surprised at how releasing all of this body work, especially this like lower gut work, was. There was so much about releasing the hips, releasing the stomach, releasing the voice. I found myself, a lot of my characters were always heaving. And there's a through line that I want to get to, which is that, so I was confused about it, but I knew that it resonated. And it wasn't until I think I saw somebody articulate it earlier, learning more about the way that the Cree introduced themselves. Nitsiga sun, Nitsi being your belly button. And that when you're saying my name is Barry, I'm actually saying I am behaving, is the way I kind of remember it. I am behaving the way that the spirit of my belly button does, which is Barry. Like that's that connection. And so then I sort of retroactively realized, wow, all of this like power that I was trying to pull from and all these theories about right brain, left brain energies and everything like that was just actually my grandmother's being like, wake the fuck up, shaking the shit out of me. I'll leave that one there, but I have more on that clown journey. But
yeah, you can also continue if you like, if you feel like you want to say something more.
Yeah, okay, so as far as this whole, I'll take it back to an experience that was pretty influential for me. So I was invited, from Alberta to go to Guelph, just outside Toronto, to go to a conference where it was like a clown and reconciling kind of conference. They were looking at like the different ways that art could approach reconciliation. And I was pretty young and all of my teachers were going, and I was like excited to go and check this thing out. So I went there to represent, and it was very theoretical. But then as I was going through these seminars, I was feeling more and more alienated. People were very much being like, clown is love and love is the power and love will get us through reconciling. And the answer is in absolute forgiveness and in love and knowing that we're all children and all that kind of stuff. And I was just like, okay, like that's okay. I wasn't quite getting on board. And then, one teacher would agree with it. And then another teacher would express how they didn't know what was happening. And by the time I realized like, oh, I'm the only Indigenous clown representing here. So they said, we're supposed to do this panel discussion. So I went out and I didn't have any gear on me because I was just going to speak. But they're like, you have to clown. Like, you have to clown. I'm like, I don't have a character ready. And they're like, you have to clown. So I go out and I'm trying to I'm rummaging through Valley Villages and I'm following my nose being like, okay, that's like, there's a willow. It's on Willow Street. So I'm going to the Willow Street and I'm just like digging through and trying on things. And I'm just feeling super complicated. And then as I'm putting on this like big furry thing, this woman came around the corner and she just looked me right in the eyes and said, you look like you need a punch. You look like you should get hit in the face. She was smiling when she said it and she carried on. And it like hit me because I was like, do I look homeless? And she doesn't like homeless people? Or do I look native? And she's like, I'm being attacked. Or does she know what I'm about to do? And she's like some spirit coming in and telling me that I need to get punched for like dressing up for these people to dance around for this event. And so I was just all thrown. And then I went into this, there was another event being held in a church. And I thought that, you know, they might have coffee there. I just figured churches might have coffee. So I go into this church and the place is packed, and they've been doing this event for about 30 minutes already. And it was this guy teaching all these teachings about smudging and the directions and all these things. And this man 2 days earlier came up to me and he was just so excited to tell me about how he found himself in his older age and that he's been native for about 3 years now, and now he's like an elder. I was like, yeah, exactly, Monique. I was like, holy shit. Okay, so then he's doing the thing. I'm a little bit turned off, but I'm just like kind of numb at this point. And then they did this art piece, and I wasn't in the position to really be super forgiving with it, but they essentially burned fake children's regalia and handed out pieces for people to hold while they did this like chanting ceremony. And there's this room full of white people just bawling, just getting to like release all of their shame, all of their guilt, getting to just like be there. And my stomach twisted and I had to get out of that room. And the rage that was in my body was just so immense at the idea of this room full of people getting to just absolve a history that I had to learn through, you know, drunk conversation with my mom, learning a little bit, and then through history books here, and then through meeting somebody like happenstance there. And I've just like carried this pain around for 30 years, at the time, 25 years. And these people learned about it and absolved themselves of it in an afternoon. So yeah, that kind of pumped the brakes on my clowning for a bit because I didn't trust the art form. And I think I'm just starting to come back around to it because I've taken enough of a break from it to go and speak with enough people to recontextualize my approach. But yeah, that's a little journey for you.
Whoa, thank you, Barry, a lot for sharing that with us. And I also see that there are questions in the Q&A from the audience, so maybe we'll be also coming back to this body issue. But in the meantime, we can bring in Rosa Blumenfeld, who has a question to you all.
Yes, I recognize this question.
Yeah, maybe Rosa can join us. So, oh yeah, Rosa is already here. So go ahead, Rosa.
Hi everyone. I'm in Vancouver, Canada. I'm Native and Jewish, as some of the panelists are, and I think about these intersections a lot as a writer. And I think, you know, Barry's story kind of highlights the responsibility of white people who are artists and who kind of like have the power that's not, you know, that the system gives them, that's more amorphous, hard to pin down, that you didn't necessarily ask for, but you have the power to like set the tone in the conversation. And as Indigenous artists, it's up to us to kind of like figure out how to still be ourselves while we fit into this system that is kind of squeezing and choking all of us and is designed to take our humanity away. And so I'm wondering sort of how you think about that in terms of your work. You know, this is a great collaboration with all these amazing artists. And, you know, for the white people involved, like, how do you think about your responsibility to sort of not engage in those practices and be trauma informed? Like Tamara said, and, you know, where's kind of like the accountability practices that you have in your life?
Yeah, would any of you like to respond to that?
My English maybe is not so good, but I will try to give you an answer if it's okay. Rosa, hello. Yes, this is very difficult because this is another problem about because you ask the white Jews. Yes, if I understood. Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe I will say something about the experience what I had when I was first time in Israel. Sorry about that. I don't want to insult anybody, but I never saw such a racist country in my life like Israel. So there are so many Jews with different color of skin, and I mean, I never see such a. I mean, in this contemporary world, when there is so much layers in the country, there are white Jews, you know, the red-skinned Jews, yellow-skinned Jews, and this is amazing. Like when there's like Ethiopian Jews working on the streets only, you know, and the Ashkenazis are this is the highest level, you know, this is like kingdom. And that's true that this is another problem, and maybe not for this meeting, because this is long story, and I think we need such a like special like conference about that. But about this, what we are doing, I think that this what we are doing, every artist who lives in the second or even third generation of the like survivors of the Holocaust or indigenous, is really, I think the artists especially have this feeling of duty and feeling of task that they should make something, they should fix something, even this when it's not possible. And I think they are very involved in this anti-racism, anti-indigenous process. Okay, I can say this is about myself. So my every sound, my every composition is connected with this, connected with this spirit, with this feeling, with this impact, you know. Is it okay for you? Maybe it's not enough, but
no, that's thank you.
Yeah, and I also wanted to comment on that, because I think that Polish context might be also very particular, because the genocidal and racist violence in Poland was directed towards the Jewish people of Poland, which I think is also, and we are like a very homogeneous society. I'm just checking if any other panelists would like to say something about that.
I just wanted to add that I just wanted to add that my dad was a Polish Jew who's a Holocaust survivor. So.
Yeah, sure.
Is it Rosa? I'm trying to see your name
Rosa.
here.
Yeah,
Rosa. Hi, Rosa. So what it made me think of was there was this time, this era, you know, the last 10 years, this progressive movement of inclusion and collaborations, and it was disguised as this, you know, invitation for all people to come together and make art, and that's how we'll resolve some of these differences. And as Barry says, you know, recently he's been the chosen person to come in and be the, you know, both the educator and the advocate and the activist and the artist also. And it makes and then and you're fooled into thinking that you're being let in to be who you are, but it's actually quite a restrictive space that you're allowed to voice and represent how you want to be. And so I feel like what's happening now, there's a real shift, and I've certainly been involved with some projects that are saying, no, the space, the box you've given me is actually too small for me to do the work that I need to do. And I need to show you actually how much bigger this conversation is, how much more time this conversation actually takes. And that is met, you know, it's a more, I think I'm feeling as an artist right now, that's where I'm at. But there is a momentum, and I feel that momentum from my fellow artists, that it is time to claim our space, because the moment just before this was I fell for also. I thought I was you know, I was going to be, it was like this diplomatic way of representing who I am, and look who I get to do it with, and they're giving me this space to be who I am, and I learned that was actually to be who they wanted, who they needed me to be. that's all I have to share.
Yeah, thank you, Tamara. And I know that Michael would like to also add something to that. So go ahead, Michael.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to also say, it's an interesting question when you brought it up, Rosa, because I'm in the middle of these two worlds where I'm a Canadian. And the majority of my friends and my artistic community are people in Canada, but I'm living here in Poland. And the conversation around anti-genocide, anti-racist work that's happening in Canada feels, sadly, my experience of Poland is that it's very far away. It's far off from being able to do that work, because currently the fight is just for equality for people who are queer, equality for, I think we haven't really talked about the contemporary Polish reality here. And I, as someone who grew up in Canada my entire life, it's shocking here. It's very, very hard. It's very difficult. There are ongoing protests on the street because of against the government. Women's protests. Women are fighting just for equality in this country. I had a pride flag hanging on my balcony, and I had bricks thrown. We had bricks thrown at our house. Our neighbor had a brick thrown through the window, and I'm in like the middle of Krakow. It was shocking, and the police came in and said, you should take the flag down. This is not Amsterdam. This is Poland. And then they proceeded to say, look, we're neutral because we're police, which I found completely shocking, that the police is neutral on equality in this country. So I also think, it's a really interesting question to pose to a Polish artist, because the Polish artists are fighting. They fight. The fighting that's happening by Polish artists is incredible. It's shifted my practice as an artist, but I feel that there's places that Poland has to go before they can start to do. Also, everyone, 90%, 95% of the people are white here when you walk down the street, which is also another reality, and it's super complicated. The story that I'm talking about, it's I feel very passionately, like the image that Pavel showed earlier of the Jew being burnt in Wrocław was actually at an anti-immigration an anti-immigration rally. So while the rest of the world were letting people in from other countries, Poland refused. This is a really racist country. It's a really problematic country. So I just wanted to bring that context into this space a little bit.
Thank you, Michael. And I know Monique would like to also comment on that.
Yeah, Michael said some of the things that I was going to say about the difference of the context between North American white Jews and Jews in Poland. I think that you have to look at that North American white Jews are, as someone said in the Lucky Jewathon, they're mainstream, and they have white privilege in North America in a way that doesn't exist, particularly in Eastern Europe, but also in France. And in contrast, or maybe another facet of that same thing, I did not grow up with very many of my father's relatives around me at all. My family were all Native people. They were brown faces. So when I went to France for the first time when I was 15, it was really weird, and it remains weird to me that I have relatives, blood relatives, and it's like, oh, you're white. Well, what do I do with that? And when I was 15, I met some of, who were these? These were my grandmother's aunts. So my father's great aunts were going to visit a family member who was in the hospital in Paris. He was the only member of our family to come out of the camps. And they wanted me to go to meet him. And I felt that this was really important. I wanted to see and meet this relative, this blood relative of mine who had survived. I went to the hospital and they were speaking to him in Yiddish, and they told him who I was and that I was Matisse's daughter. The man who I wanted to hold this reference for called me a Schwarze right there in that moment. He did not expect me to understand what he was saying in Yiddish, nor did he expect me to answer him in French, because I was fluent, very fluent at that time. So it remains something that I'm really painfully aware of. My father, in spite of his experience as a hidden child, in spite of his experience of losing almost his entire family and arriving in the US at age 20 as a war orphan, 1920, never really got what it meant to be racialized in North America. Yeah? He understood anti-Semitism. He understood what it was to be fighting from the time he was in the schoolyard. He understood what it was like to be the child of Eastern European immigrants in France. Well, but it's almost like because he wanted the racism not to be so, he wanted the racism not to be what his children experienced, he denied it. Yeah? So it's complex. It's complex. And it has very little to do with love. My father loved us, of that I have no doubt. He did not get that we could not go out in this world and be white European Jews. Plus, he didn't raise us like that, you know. So I guess that's what I think it is different. And I would demand and insist that North American Ashkenazis understand, act, and commit in a different way. Then I have a different expectation than going to a place like Poland where there are hardly any brown people. I saw one black person when I was there, and I was said to Eugenia, "Hey, look, a black person." You know, it was like it was an event. But I will also say in Poland that whenever I told anyone there, looking as I do, that I had roots there in Łódź, they were like, "Oh, It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't the response that I get here from saying, "What? How did that happen? How strange, how weird. Whoa, I've never met anyone like that." It was just like, "Oh, yeah, you have Polish roots, okay." So that's it. Doris.
Thank you so much, Monique. And Dr. Dapp would like to speak. And after that, I will also bring in Marta Eichelberger-Jankowska, who also had another question, but I see she's also responding to that issue in the chat. So please, Dr. Dapp.
Hi. I appreciate Rosa's question. It was something that I feel like I came into this conversation with my strong commitment to this land and this sovereignty and settler nations, especially as an educator. I meet a lot of students who take Indigenous studies that, 50 students, I may be fortunate to have 1 or 2 First Nations students in my classroom. So I think I did come to this conversation with more of an understanding of Turtle Island. And it wasn't just about one nation of people. It was actually all settlers that came to Turtle Island, whether they were forced here or they came voluntarily. I feel like I say it in my spoken word clearly. And this is my message to many groups that I engage in, including my classrooms. You came here looking for a good life and you took our good life away. I had a conversation with people in Brampton who are largely East Indian community, who were talking about their desire and need to increase culturally appropriate food within their food banks that are being accessed. And I felt lost. That's great, you guys. There's gonna be basmati rice or whatever foods, comfort home food. When will I see wild rice at the food bank? Will I be able to go and access moose meat? When our communities have no water. I am sorry to speak this way, but I do feel tired of being last. Our communities here on Turtle Island, and I know that the people that are still occupying wherever their ancestors have resided, and if you remain there, that yes. But I also feel like part of the question is there a deeper responsibility? I'm invited here to share and to acknowledge that yes, the Polish people that you're right, it is different because you didn't come over here for a good life on the backs of the ancestors, my family, my land. And so, you know, I talked about that lodge and I'll reflect back, land back. I needed to create space. And so I feel like part of Rosa's question is asking that. Do we not have a responsibility because we separate ourselves from people who came here to settle? Our people didn't go anywhere. I have no other place in the entire globe that I can go to that has a Anishinaabe community. The Anishinaabe community that replaced any other community, dislocated lands. So I am very emotional right now for this question. And I also, you know, I don't like speaking from this place, but I guess this question kind of triggered something as well. But I think that what I'm also hearing in that question is, as artists, as communities who have come together in this space, I know my commitment to ensure that water, I've walked for the water, I've walked around the Great Lakes. I've spent 3 weeks walking with a vessel of water. I spent 2 weeks walking with a vessel of water with my daughter, who was only 2 years old at the time. My commitment for my voice to be heard. And I guess that's what I feel like is also, Rosa's also asking, is I'm happy to support the people, but I'm also, I guess, I feel like in her question, is that reciprocate? Monique's like, it's reciprocal.
Reciprocated.
Reciprocity or reciprocal.
May God.
Now I'm seeing Tamara. Tamara, would you like to add something? Because I know that Monika Eichelberger-Jankowska also wanted to come and join us.
No, I'm good. I was just going to say reciprocated. Was that reciprocated?
Okay, thank you so much.
Helping out my friend.
So can we bring in Marta Eichelberger-Jankowska? Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm just so incredibly happy to be here. And I just wanted also to say, Deb and Rosa, regarding the race, it's just, to me, it's just so confusing on so many levels because, you know, we look white as Polish Jews, but my neighbors of my grandparents, you know, used to say, you know, be careful not to get into trouble with us. With your grandparents, we didn't have any racial issues. So it was like a clear, it's a very different racial identity, I think, very confusing here. And when I was living in the US, I was always lectured by my white Jewish friends, you can't really say to minorities you understand them because you're white. And I know I'm making really simplifications here, but these are complex issues, but just to let you know that it's really confusing. And for us being in those two words, I think it's even more, because you're both, you're white and you're not white at the same time. So that's one thing. And the other, what I'm working with, I'm a Holocaust educator and I'm Jewish educator. And I discovered such amazing potential of working through our histories together when I was in Oregon, and I worked for the Oregon Jewish Museum in Portland. And we worked on this project with Sarah Seastream, exploring parallels between even Manifest Destiny. It was in the US, so obviously it's a little different, but similar enough, I guess. Lebensraum and the history of Lebensraum, racial persecution, and just a lot of patterns, both historically that overlap and experience-wise, growing up with double identities, being forced to assimilate, dealing with the loss of the world, ancestral culture. All of these elements, I find it was, to me, it was overwhelming to meet someone from so far away and to understand each other so deeply, the way I don't always understand, I don't always feel the same affinity with Israeli Jews or American Jews the way that I could connect with her. So I felt like we often work with Holocaust just focusing on Holocaust as unique. And I think somebody mentioned, I think Dorota mentioned it yesterday as well. And I believe every minority has this tendency to see our tragedy as unique, which it of course is. But what I find fascinating is the going beyond those particulars into the universal and learning from the similarities, similar patterns that enrich our, just our understanding of the human experience. I hope I'm making sense. I'm trying to really pack a lot into a few sentences here, but it just feels to me that, if we're marching for rights of everyone, and we're on March of the Living in Auschwitz, and we say, and the end to anti-Semitism, it sort of makes me laugh through tears. I mean, who cares if Jews are walking through Auschwitz saying, the end of anti-Semitism? Shouldn't we say something else? Shouldn't we cry for Rohingya minority, or whoever's struggling? Shouldn't we just scream out to each other and work together? Because there's so much that we share. And I think that's what I'm really trying to say here, that despite all these differences, what I find just very empowering in a very strange way in this misery that we all share is the fact that we can understand each other and that we can be together here and have those conversations. So my question, I think, is how do you see this potential of working together with these histories? Do you feel that that this is a tool that can be helpful in educating against such prejudices, genocide, seeing this as a universal pattern in our human behavior, not just, I think that's what is really drawing me to working together on this. And the other thing that I mentioned in my question, there are two ways of commemorating, and one is definitely focused on focusing and talking about genocide and the horrific histories, but the other is continuing the life, continuing the traditions, finding, and that's difficult when you're not raised in your culture, or when you've been forcefully, assimilated by force for so long, and recovering those threads and recovering elements that make up who your ancestors were, and how those questions, how do we continue being in touch with who they were. What I tend to, I am very involved in creating now, doing this project of looking back into old pedagogies in Jewish tradition and adapting them to today's needs, and trying to find some kind of modern way of applying them, of making them alive. And I hear that some of you are doing something very similar. I think that's, in a way, to me, this is the most powerful way of commemorating and just keeping the culture alive. So I'm just trying to say way too much, as I said, but thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for the work you're doing, and thanks.
Yeah. This is gonna just be a quick humble down, I guess. I'll just try and be as honest as I can. As a always shows my face, it freaks me out. I came into this project having learned a lot about myself through reading and seeing pieces on the Holocaust in popular culture, winning awards, being beautiful, being a reference. I forget who said this one to me, but we can't have a Schindler's List yet because we haven't even spoken about some of the basics or acknowledge that our Holocaust, that our genocide is real. We're still being told to my face that I'm making a big deal out of something that's not real. And I say humble myself down because I try to come with the most respect possible to everybody's experience, and not to, like I said yesterday, not to make it a oppression war or anything like that, or try to meet on those, try and show exactly how we connect, which was the struggle I had with that Shumka show. And so I genuinely came into this, and this is where I say humbly, looking up to the visibility of that tragedy, of how it's an obvious thing. Like if I need to explain to somebody how certain words hurt, you have to reference the Holocaust, or you reference the experience of the slaves in the United States. Those are the only things that seem to come close to people understanding what has been so expertly covered up here. So I come to this process to learn how a community can survive in different ways. I know how our community has survived. I know where we're at. It's beautiful. But there's also some things that I'm seeing, and just being able to own the story, being able to share the stories, being able to have people believe the stories, having people not walk on eggshells around our stories, having people respect our voice when we try to speak. And my Western Canadian perspective is that that's the state of the Jewish experience in relation to the Holocaust here in North America. I'm totally open to being wrong, and I'm anticipating hearing more complexities to the issue. But yeah, that's my goals in doing this, is to learn. Now, that being said, I'm granting a power dynamic. I'm granting sort of an idea of there being a privilege in one regard, in some regards. And I would like to learn from it. But I also have been burned enough here at home to get trounced by other people taking over the conversation, and just being like, this isn't a space for me then. And then carrying on. I have a lot of hope for this group in particular. I've been very excited about this particular group. And from who I've already seen and everything, I'm still very hopeful. And I trust the women that I am on this group with, to support and hold that space and to not let it slide without it being brought to the forefront. So that makes me feel safe. I've said what I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barry. I saw that Michael, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you have
sure.
some
No, go ahead, Tamara. Go ahead.
I keep on referencing, I took so many notes yesterday in Dorota's speech, and what's come up in the last few comments remind me of this term that she used, this competition of suffering.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about that a lot because I know Monique has spoken about this. I've spoken with Monique personally about this, where you are carrying, right? There's these validity of how valid is your genocide, and it happens, and this isn't either other people putting it on me, this is just my own making sense of, but it's also these external voices in addition to it. But I realize that that's not where it ends. It's not just, so I think there's great benefit of these two groups and experiences being brought together. And yet, we can fall into this hole of this competition of suffering. That can even move further into a competition of the survival, a competition of the accomplishment after the atrocity. I find myself more having to deal with that conflict, that conversation out in the world, in my own family, that there is this other value of survival that is pushed on. What do you make of yourself when you come through that? And that should all look the same. And that Jews, and these aren't even, they use Ashkenazi Jews, let's say, as an example of success or of accomplishment, but that is Ashkenazi Jews in Canada or in Israel. And if we were to take that back to what we've heard today from Polish Jews in Israel, that's a very different experience. And I don't know, this is just something that I'm now being faced with. It is very uncomfortable. It is something in my family that we speak about, because we come from, we have some horrific stories that are just a continuous reminder of the second-rate citizens and these communities that are suffering so badly, and any kind of comparison that they should be, like, where are those survival instincts? Where is that strength of community? Where's all that stuff that we're doing that makes us the strong people that we are? So that is a very hot, full of rage, complicated question that I have continually thrown at me. So the other thing that also falls under the reminder, as Dorota mentioned, that Holocaust memorialization is through a colonial lens as well, and dismantling that will actually really help this will help us maybe see each other and our responses and our healing practices and I don't know how to end this question, but that's or end this answer, but that's where my head goes and my heart goes.
I see that there's also like a conversation happening in the chat that we can all follow, and thank you, Tamara, for that voice. And I also saw that Michael has asked this question in a chat box, wondering with reciprocity, how it can look in the context of this specific group of artists. But if you feel like any of you feel like you'd like to pick up any other thread that was expressed in this conversation, please go ahead. Yeah, we hear breathing. Yeah, this is all very complex, and I see that Dana has her hand up. So can we bring her in?
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. I feel nervous. I just wanted to introduce myself because I've been listening and I really appreciate this entire conversation. Tamara, I saw your face and it was familiar and I was trying to place how I know you. So I've met you like in my childhood and that was surprising. And Rosa, I know your sister, so I'm equally kind of shocked by this collaboration that's happening. Yeah, I don't have much to say other than thank you for hosting and I'm listening. My grandparents are Holocaust survivors on my dad's side. And often to this grief, comparison of grief, I think for someone who's deeply in pain, that, at least in my family, was used as an excuse to not address their personal trauma. So it was an avoidant, like almost disassociation from pain, like comparing someone else's grief, but then also extreme forms of protectionism and xenophobia in moving to a new place. Which is really confusing to feel like you're supposed to protect your culture and traditions and specifically ancestors that have been executed. Yeah, so I struggle with that as well. I'm just sort of here to, this conversation, I feel like I'm always searching for a way to validate my own experience. And this morning, someone raised the subject of having an audience or a witness. And I just realized the importance of that just having people hear your story is really important. So anyway, thank you so much. And that's all, yeah, I'm going to say to that right now. So nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. I'm not sure if any of you would like to also respond to that, but I also feel that we are like opening up very important conversations that I hope this group will carry on like and continue, because I think this is also the very sense and the very idea for this, like for that bringing such a group of people together. And we still have a few minutes left for some questions or comments. So if there is anybody who'd like to share anything before we reach the closing of the public event, please go ahead. And if not, I will hand it over to Michael and Tamara, because I feel, I'm not sure if we are able to wrap up this extremely important conversation in any way at the moment, but I'm very grateful and thank you so much for all the voices. Oh, Barry wants to say something. Yeah, go ahead, Barry.
Just quickly, public facing, I think there's a certain point in these conversations where we hit the ceiling of all the things that need to be resolved in order to change the entire situation. And I'm very excited and going into the private session and just like looking at, minutia. I could totally see just folk songs, stories, song work. That's a lifetime in and of itself. That's a world in and of itself to like work through. That there's, or like Monique and I have worked on things and looked at clown and looked at, there's all sorts of little pathways that we can kind of latch onto and find connection, and then let the big picture continue to grow out of it. At a certain point, us talking through how to solve everything is tough.
Can I say something to Barry, who just perfectly grounded me back? If the question, this, as part of the questions we wanted to answer is, and how do artists respond to this? This is a perfect example that if I didn't have an artistic outlet, I probably would be the angriest, most volatile person in my family, to my children. I would be so dysregulated as to where this is supposed to go. And so for that, which I didn't expect to get so emotional, but for like that ceiling that Barry's talking about, that's what happens when we just talk about it too much. And not that there's part of the talking that is so good, but then everyone has their own kind of window of tolerance of what their capacity is to contain it all. And so for me, I know that that's that energy that goes into my art. And I am so grateful that I have those expressions, because I don't think anybody would want to see what this person would be like without that. So thank you so much.
Monique, I see your hand up, so please.
Yeah, just tagging on to what Tamara said about being artists. And I don't think we can possibly, nor was the expectation that we were going to be able to answer that in these 2 days together. But the fact that we are artists in this group that came together, the fact that we could recognize or get excited or lit up about the things that we saw in very different kinds of work through different doors and windows. I think that that's one of the ways that we find that answer. That's one of the ways that this particular group could make a difference in addressing a lot of these things. And I think it would be important then, if and when we do come together, and I certainly hope that we do, and we were supposed to in June, was excited about that, but that we go in knowing that the process itself isn't necessarily going to bring us to answers, but the process itself is the work. The process itself, how would we make art together, is that work. It is the navigation. It is the healing. It is the song. It is the bones. It is the gristle and the dust and the ash and the future.
Thank you so very much, Monique, for that. And I do feel that I can't say anything else than that. And I will hand over to Michael, just making sure if there's anybody who'd like to add anything before I hand it over to Michael and Tamara.
So this is the end of the public conversation and the end of the public component of phase one of what we hope will be an ongoing conversation, and an ongoing conversation that leads to practice. Wow, yeah, I've got a lot on my mind, but I'm going to only say goodbye and thank you all for being with us. These public conversations will continue to exist on the Festival Facebook page. If you'd like to come back to them, it's a Festival Krakow, and they'll also be online for people who would like to reference them. If you're not on our mailing list, please consider joining, because we'll be continuing to update you about where this project is going and what's happening as we move forward. Last thank you to those who helped us make this possible: the Canada Council, the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Koffler Center of the Arts, our partnership with the University of Silesia, my partner Tamara Podemski, and been gracious to partner with me and Festival on this, and all the artists. Teresa, Cutknife, Clayton Lee, Jordan, and Logan, who have been keeping us on the air. And I think that's all from me. Tamara, did you want to say anything, or did you want us to move into our break?
Oh, my mic's on. I just wanted to thank all those who joined us today, who took time out of their lives and gave us their attention and energy and open hearts and minds. And it was really good to share virtual space with you all. So thank you. Dziękuję.
And of course, thank you so much, Ola, for guiding us today. I do really recommend you looking more into the work that she's doing with the Zapomniana. Paweł was singing its praises. She's doing quite amazing work. And maybe Ola, you can just maybe write where people can get some more information on your work in the chat.
Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you to all of you. It's been an extremely honorable, and also I'm very grateful for having a chance to be part of this. Thank you so much.
To the rest, we're gonna come back again in it'll be 3 Eastern Standard Time.